Hey, sleepyheads. Hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep. I wasn't planning on being out that late. I'd finished a shift at the pub. I help out part-time. Nothing fancy, just pulling pints and wiping tables, and I was starving, headachy, and running low on fuel. Like literally, the fuel light had been on since I left Selly Oak, and I was playing chicken with it the whole drive home. I don't even like getting petrol that late, but it was either that or risk stalling on the A38, so I stopped at that BP off Pershore Road. The one with the flickering sign and the weird green lighting that always makes everything look slightly jaundiced. It was just past 11:30. I remember that exactly because my phone buzzed as I pulled in a WhatsApp message from Meg, my flatmate, asking if I'd eaten yet. I didn't reply right away. I just pulled up to the second pump, killed the engine, and stepped out. There was only one other car there. Not even a car, a van. White, battered. One of those generic models you see plumbers and decorators drive. No branding. Bit of rust near the tires. The engine wasn't running, and it wasn't at a pump. It was just parked sideways near the air machine. The man standing next to it was odd. That's the only word I've got. He was holding a phone, but he wasn't doing anything with it, just staring down at the screen. No scrolling, no tapping, just holding it like a prop, like he thought that would make him look normal. He looked up once when I got out. We made brief eye contact, not long enough for it to be a thing, but long enough for me to register that I didn't like it. You know that feeling when someone looks at you too still? Not checking you out, just watching. I filled up fast, paid at the pump, didn't even go inside for a snack like I usually do. Something about the place felt off. Not unsafe, not really, but heavy, like the air had a weight to it. When I pulled out of the station, the van didn't move right away. I thought, okay, maybe he's waiting for someone. Maybe he lives nearby. I was trying to be rational. I didn't want to make a thing out of it. It had been a long day. I was tired. Sometimes your brain makes patterns where there aren't any, just because it wants something to focus on. But then I hit the first turn, and the van showed up in my mirror. Not right on my tail, not obvious, just there, hanging back by a car length, headlights a bit dimmer than normal, like someone had taken the time to tweak them. I told myself not to panic. People leave petrol stations all the time. Maybe he's just going the same way. Maybe this is a coincidence. But when I turned again left this time, toward the roundabout, he turned too. I took the second exit. So did he. That's when I started to feel it. That slow, crawling unease that creeps up your neck when you're trying to stay calm, but your body already knows something's wrong. I drove slower, not braking hard or anything, just easing off the pedal to see what he'd do. He slowed too. Didn't overtake, didn't honk, just stayed with me. I switched lanes. He did too. That's when I stopped pretending it was nothing. I didn't go home. There was no way I was pulling into my street and letting him know where I lived. Instead, I kept circling, took a few random turns around Sturchley, past the old Wilco and down into some quieter roads. No traffic, no people, just rows of terraces and parked cars. Every time I glanced in the mirror, he was still there. No flashing lights, no road rage, no attempt to pass, just there. I started talking to myself, quietly, just little phrases like, "Okay, stay calm," and "You're fine, just think." I do that when I'm anxious. It helps me stay focused. Like I need to hear something human to drown out the fear. I knew there was a Tesco Express near Bourneville that stayed open late, not 24 hours, but until midnight. I figured even if it was closed, the car park would be lit. Maybe a staff member would still be inside. Maybe cameras. At the very least, it was public. So I headed there. I pulled into the lot a bit faster than I meant to, tires skidding slightly, heart pounding. I parked right under one of those harsh white lights that makes you look like a ghost. The van didn't follow me in. It parked across the street. Not in a bay, not near a shop. Just there, on the curb, facing me. I sat in my car and tried to steady my breathing. I didn't want to call the police yet. I wasn't sure what I'd even say. A man might be following me. I'd sound paranoid. Maybe I was paranoid. But I've learned to trust that little voice that says something's off. It's been right before. I texted Meg again. "Hey, I'm fine. Just weird vibes at Tesco. Let you know when I'm heading home." She didn't reply right away. I waited. 5 minutes, 10, 15. The van didn't move. Neither did I. I thought about getting out and going inside, but my legs felt locked. I figured if he was waiting for me to leave the car, I wasn't going to give him that. So I just sat. 45 minutes passed. Maybe closer to an hour. I stared at my phone the whole time, checked socials, scrolled mindlessly, kept glancing up every minute or so. At some point, the van was just gone. No sound, no flash of lights, no engine, just empty space where it had been. I didn't relax. I waited another 10 minutes, just in case he was circling the block. Then I drove home. I took a weird route, doubled back twice, sped up, slowed down, nothing behind me. When I turned onto my street, everything looked normal. Same quiet row of houses, same cat sitting on the neighbor's car, same front porch light I always forget to replace. I parked, got out, lock clicked twice out of habit. And that's when I noticed it. My front door, slightly open. Not wide, not broken, just unlocked. And I always lock it. I stood on the pavement, just staring at the door. It wasn't wide open, just barely ajar. Not even enough to see inside. But it was enough. Enough to know something was off. I don't leave it like that. I lock it, always. It's muscle memory at this point. Key in, twist, handle check, walk away, especially at night. I just stood there, frozen, my hand still on my car keys. The Tesco receipt crumpled in my pocket. My breath felt too loud. Maybe I forgot, I told myself. Maybe I'd rushed out earlier and hadn't clicked it all the way. Maybe it didn't catch. But even as I thought it, I knew it wasn't true, because I remembered locking it. I didn't go inside. I backed off, got back in the car, locked the doors, sat there for a few minutes, just staring at the house. Everything else looked normal. Lights off, curtains shut. My bedroom window still cracked open the way I'd left it. Nothing smashed, no movement. I didn't see anyone on the street. But that didn't make me feel better. I rang Meg twice, no answer. Then I texted her, "Are you home?" Door was open. No response. My phone said it was 12:48 a.m. Too late for anything to feel casual, too early for it to be morning. I sat there for another minute, trying to decide if I was being dramatic. Then I did what I probably should have done an hour earlier. I called 101. The woman who answered was calm, patient, asked if I felt safe. I told her about the man at the petrol station, the van, the circling, the waiting. Then I told her about the door. She asked if I lived alone. I told her no, my flatmate was supposed to be home, but I hadn't heard from her. They said they'd send someone out to check. 10 minutes, tops. I kept the engine running while I waited. Headlights on, doors locked. I don't know why that made me feel better, like a running car could somehow keep me safer, but it did. I watched the street, every movement, every shadow. I counted how many porch lights were on, tried to guess how many people were still awake behind the curtains. It was dead quiet. No van, no movement. Just the hum of the car and the faint buzz of my phone screen lighting up every so often with no new messages. At 12:59 a.m., a police car pulled up. 2 officers, a woman and a man, both in their 40s, maybe, got out. They looked more tired than concerned, but they didn't dismiss me. I appreciated that. I got out and met them at the pavement, told them everything again, trying not to sound like I was spiraling. They nodded along. "Let's take a look," the woman said. "You stay out here, all right?" The guy went around the back, just in case. I stood by the gate, arms crossed tight over my chest, watching the woman step inside through the front door. She didn't even have to push it. It opened like it was waiting for her. That image stuck with me. She disappeared inside. A minute later, the back officer radioed in that the rear door was locked. Windows were shut. No signs of forced entry. I waited. It felt like forever, but it was maybe 5 minutes. Then she came back out, gave a small nod, and said, "Nobody's in there. No signs of anyone breaking in. Looks secure now." I didn't know what to say. Relief and anxiety hit at the same time, canceling each other out. She must have seen the look on my face, because she added, "Sometimes these things happen. You might have thought you locked it, but if the latch didn't catch—" "I lock it," I said, a bit too fast. "I always do." She just nodded again, didn't argue. They took my statement, wrote down the van's description, told me to keep an eye out and call 999 if anything felt off again. Asked if I had somewhere else to stay tonight, which honestly freaked me out more than anything. I said no, that I'd be okay. They left after that. I didn't go inside right away. I sat on the steps for a minute, keys in hand, just watching the street again, trying to convince myself it was over, that I was being overly cautious, that everything was fine now. Eventually, I stood up and opened the door all the way. That's when I saw it. A takeaway bag, right there, on the doormat. Not from anywhere I recognized. Plain brown paper, folded at the top, no receipt stapled to the front. Just a note tucked inside the handles, white paper, lined, torn from a notebook, handwritten. I pulled it out slowly. Only one line. Thanks for not making me wait long. No name. No explanation. Just that. My body went cold. Not dramatic, horror movie cold. Just wrong. Like my skin didn't fit right. Like I'd swallowed something heavy and it was sitting in the pit of my stomach. I looked inside the bag. It was empty. No food, no containers, no smell. Just the bag and the note. I didn't go inside after that. I grabbed the bag, locked the door, triple-checked it this time and walked straight to the end of the street. Called an Uber, texted Meg again. Going to yours. Something's wrong at mine. Still nothing. I stayed at her boyfriend's flat that night, curled up on their sofa in my hoodie, eyes on the door. I didn't sleep. Every noise outside made me flinch. I kept replaying it all in my head. The van, the stair, the door, the note. What did he mean? Thanks for not making me wait long. Wait for what? For me to come home? For me to notice? For me to leave the door unlocked? The worst part was that it didn't feel like a threat. It felt like a fact. Like something had already happened, and I was just now catching up. I didn't go home the next day. I couldn't. I kept trying to talk myself into it, you know. Just go in, grab a bag, change clothes, make sure everything's locked this time. But every time I even thought about stepping inside that flat, my chest got tight. I stayed at Meg's boyfriend's place again, Jamie. He had a spare room full of guitars and old band posters, and he let me crash there without asking too many questions. Just handed me a clean towel and said, "You want tea or something stronger?" I took the tea. I was already wired enough. When Meg finally answered my texts, she was sorry, said she'd fallen asleep with her phone on silent, didn't see anything until morning. She felt bad, offered to go to the flat with me, but I said no. I wasn't ready. I didn't even know what I was afraid of exactly. There was no break-in, no actual confrontation, no violence, just a weird man, a van, a door left open, a bag with a note. It sounds small when you list it out like that, but the feeling, that heavy, skin-prickling dread, that wasn't small. That stayed with me. I went to work the next night like nothing happened. It felt better to pretend for a while, pouring drinks, cleaning glasses, making dumb jokes with regulars, normal stuff. No one there knew anything about it, and I wasn't in the mood to explain. I just needed to feel like myself again. But around 9, I went to the back to grab a case of ginger ale and saw something that made me stop cold. Outside, across the street, under one of the yellow streetlights, a white van. Not moving, not parked in a bay, just sitting there, half in shadow, angled toward the front of the pub. I stood behind the storage shelf, not breathing, eyes locked on that shape through the gap in the crates, trying to tell if it was the same one. It looked like it. Same battered sides, same bit of rust on the wheel arch. But it wasn't like I'd taken a photo the first time. I couldn't be sure, and even if it was the same van, that didn't mean it was the same man. Except it felt like it was. I stayed behind the shelf for maybe a full minute. My fingers were digging into the cardboard of the ginger ale case, nails pressing through. Then one of the other bartenders, Lewis, came back and saw me just standing there like a mannequin. "You good?" I nodded. Too fast. "Yeah, just got dizzy for a sec." He gave me a look but didn't push. Carried the box out for me. I followed, acting normal, head down. When I looked outside again an hour later, the van was gone. That night, I didn't go back to Meg's. I went to my sister's in Moseley. I didn't tell her why, just said I needed a change of scenery. She offered me the sofa, fed me pasta, and put on one of those cooking shows where everyone's too polite to actually critique each other. I didn't sleep much. At around 3 in the morning, I checked the CCTV app for our flat. Meg had it installed when we moved in, a cheap indoor cam pointing at the front hallway, mostly for package theft paranoia. We almost never used it. I'd kind of forgotten it even existed. I opened the app, expecting to see nothing. For the most part, that's what I got. Just timestamps, shadows moving, the lights turning on briefly when Meg came home around 6. She looked fine, normal, no sign of worry, no sign of anything weird. Then I scrolled further back, to the night before, the time I was at Tesco. There was a gap in the footage. It jumped from 3 to 12, 58, 55 minutes, just gone. I stared at that missing chunk for a long time. Then I pressed play on the clip that came next. The one timestamp 12:58, the moment the feed came back online. The frame lit up, a flash of light, motion at the bottom corner. Someone had opened the front door. But they weren't coming in. They were leaving. Just a shape, hood up, head down, fast, gone before the light even fully came on. No face, no details. I paused it, replayed it, zoomed in even though it was all pixels and grain. Still nothing clear. But it was real. Someone had been in the flat during the exact time I was parked across town, sitting under a Tesco light, trying to decide if I was overreacting. My stomach dropped. I thought about calling the police, reporting the footage, but what would I even say? That someone maybe came in, maybe didn't take anything, and left behind a weird note. No forced entry, no weapon, no threat, just a presence. I turned the camera feed off. Didn't save it. Didn't show Meg. It felt like admitting it out loud would somehow make it worse, make it more real. The next day, I finally went home. Meg came with me. She chatted the whole way about her job, her boyfriend, something about her mum's new cat, and I just nodded and smiled and gave the right responses, but I barely heard her. The whole walk up to our front door, I felt this tightness in my back, like something was watching us through the letterbox. But everything looked normal. We went inside. The flat smelled a little musty, like it always did after a couple of days. Shoes by the door, post on the mat, nothing touched, nothing moved. I checked the hallway. No note, no bag. Just the camera, blinking its little red light, back to normal. Meg didn't notice anything off. She made tea. I sat on the edge of the sofa and stared at my bedroom door. I didn't say what I was thinking. Didn't tell her what I'd seen. I just asked if she could help me change the locks. We changed the locks the next day. Well, Jamie changed them. Meg asked him, and he came round with one of those cheap lock kits from Screwfix, acting like it was no big deal. Joked about finally getting to be the man of the house. I smiled like it was funny. I didn't feel any safer. I kept thinking about that missing hour on the camera, about the door opening at 12:58, about that blurry figure leaving like he'd just finished whatever he came for. I hadn't told Meg about that part. I didn't know how to explain it without sounding paranoid, or worse, like I'd made it up, and I didn't want to spook her. She still seemed convinced it was all just a weird one-off. Some guy being creepy, nothing major. Maybe she was right, but I couldn't shake it. That week, I started noticing little things I probably wouldn't have clocked before. Like the front door handle being warm when I came home one night, or the bathroom light left on when I was sure I'd turned it off. Once, I woke up to the sound of the kettle boiling at 4 a.m., and when I got to the kitchen, nothing was on. No water, no switch, just the faint smell of lime scale and heat. I didn't say anything, just started locking my bedroom door at night. I ordered one of those cheap door wedge alarms off Amazon, slept with it pressed under the handle. The sound would have been deafening if it ever went off. It never did. But that didn't help me sleep any better. One night, I came home late after a double shift. Meg was at Jamie's. I didn't want to be alone in the flat, but I also didn't want to make it a thing. I was trying to act normal. Like things were okay now, like this wasn't still getting under my skin. I ordered takeout Chinese, some greasy sweet and sour chicken and chips that soaked through the paper carton before it even got to me. I ate it in silence on the sofa, watching reruns of Taskmaster and pretending to laugh. I almost convinced myself I was fine, until I took the rubbish out. The bin shed's around the side of the building, tucked in behind the garden wall. It's not a long walk, maybe 10 steps from the front door, but it always feels longer at night, especially when the motion light doesn't kick in fast enough. That night it didn't come on at all. I stepped into the dark and just stood there holding a greasy bag of leftovers, waiting for the bulb to flicker on. It didn't. I looked up at the sensor. Nothing. Then I glanced down the side path and saw him. Not up close. Not moving. Just standing there, backlit by the street lamp on the other side of the fence. Tall, thin, still. Same hooded coat. Same shape I'd seen on the camera. I didn't move. Not right away. My brain just stopped. Then I backed up, slow and clumsy, bag of rubbish still in my hand, until I hit the edge of the doorway. I didn't even shut the bin lid. Just dropped the bag and ran inside, locking the door with both hands. I didn't look out the window. I didn't want to know if he was still there. Instead, I did something I hadn't done since I was a teenager. I moved the wardrobe in front of my bedroom door. Took me 10 minutes and a bruised shin, but I wedged it there like I was preparing for a storm. Slept with the light on, music playing from my laptop, hoodie pulled up over my ears like I was trying to disappear. The next morning, I checked the side path. No sign of him. No footprints. No leftover rubbish. Nothing. The motion sensor worked fine. I didn't tell Meg. Again, I didn't know how. I didn't want her to think I was spiraling. And maybe I was. But that didn't mean it wasn't real. That day, I asked Jamie if he could help me set up new cameras. He brought over a proper kit, ones with cloud backup and night vision, motion detection, the works. We installed one above the door, one facing the path, one inside near the kitchen. I paid for the whole year of service up front just to be sure. I watched the feeds like they were TV. Nothing. For days. Then, one night, the outside camera picked something up. Not him, not directly. But the bin lid was open. We'd been using bungee cords to keep it shut, raccoons or foxes or whatever, but the cord was snapped, like someone had pulled it too hard. Inside, under the rubbish bags, was a piece of paper. Crumpled, damp, no envelope. It just said, "You locked it this time." No name. No handwriting I recognized. Just that sentence. I felt something in me go very still. Like a switch flipping. Like now it was a game, and I had no idea what the rules were. I started leaving lights on at all hours. Bought one of those fake TV lights that flashes behind the curtains to make it look like someone's awake. Kept the cameras on my second screen while I worked. Stopped answering the door unless I was expecting someone. He never tried anything big. No break-ins, no smashed windows, no shouting from the street. Just reminders. A note slipped through the letterbox. An open gate I knew I'd shut. Once, I came home, and the hallway smelled like aftershave, not mine, not Jamie's. Just faint enough to make me question if I imagined it. But I hadn't. I knew I hadn't. This wasn't about robbing me. It wasn't about scaring me, exactly. It was about being seen, about showing me he could still get close, even after I thought I was safe. That's when I realized something I hadn't let myself say out loud. He'd been in the flat more than once. Not just that night with the takeaway bag. Before that. After that. I didn't know how many times. And I didn't know if he was still coming back. I didn't tell anyone everything. I think part of me believed that if I said it all out loud, every note, every small shift, every weird little thing that kept happening, it would make it worse. Like acknowledging it fully would give it more power, more shape. Or maybe I just didn't want to hear someone say, "You're overthinking this." Because I wasn't. I know what it feels like when something is off. Not in a dramatic ghost story way. Not in a "I saw something in the mirror" way. Just a low, constant awareness that someone is near, watching, choosing to wait. That was the worst part, the waiting. He never did anything in a rush, never smashed his way in or left big threats. It was always quiet, always restrained, like he wanted to prove a point that he didn't have to be loud to get inside my head. And it worked. I started skipping work, told them I had the flu, stopped going to the shops unless someone came with me. Meg noticed, of course. She kept asking if I was okay, but I kept brushing it off. Just tired. Didn't sleep well. Work's been nuts. She believed me at first, or maybe she wanted to. It wasn't until the morning we found the deadbolt unlocked that she started to understand. She definitely locked it. We both had. We double-checked it every night like clockwork. But when we came downstairs that morning, it was just hanging open. Not broken, not damaged, just undone. Like someone had reached in, turned it, and walked away. I watched her face as she looked at it. Watched something change in her, this tiny flicker of doubt turning into fear. She didn't say anything right away, just locked it again and stared at the door like it might blink. Later that day, she brought it up. "You don't think Jamie?" I cut her off. "No, it's not him." She nodded slowly, but I could see she wasn't convinced. Not fully. How could she be? None of it made sense. No one saw anything. Nothing was ever caught on the cameras. Which is when I remembered the back one. The motion cam we'd installed at the garden side, near the bin shed. It only saved clips when it detected movement. I usually ignored the alerts. It picked up cats and wind-blown leaves half the time, but that morning I opened the log. There were no alerts for the past 2 nights. None. Not even one. Which meant someone had either walked right past it without setting it off, or turned it off altogether. I opened the live feed. Black screen. I went outside and checked it in person. The camera had been turned to face the wall. Not ripped down, not damaged. Just swiveled sideways out of view. I didn't even say anything when I came back in. I just sat on the sofa and stared at the floor, heart going too fast, trying not to cry. Meg sat next to me and said, "Okay, I believe you now." We stayed in that day, both of us, drew the curtains, turned on every light in the flat, didn't go near the back door, watched the hallway like it might try something. She asked if we should call the police again. I said no. What could we even report? A door left open? A camera turned slightly? A bunch of notes with no fingerprints? We'd done that already. They'd come, looked around, made sympathetic noises, and told us to stay vigilant. What else was there? That night, we made a plan. It wasn't dramatic. We weren't planning to catch him or confront him. We just wanted out. We moved out 3 weeks later. Meg found a place in Harborne, a little more expensive, but a lot newer. Big building, secure entry, full CCTV, outside and inside. A concierge who actually talks to you. I took the spare room. It wasn't even a conversation. She just said, "You're coming too," and that was that. I didn't argue. Packing up the old flat was strange. We didn't talk much while we did it. There was a tension in the air that none of us wanted to name. We boxed up our mugs and pans like any 2 people moving house, but everything was quieter. Even the sound of the tape gun felt too loud. The night before we left, I sat alone in my old bedroom for a while. Door locked. Light on. I looked around at the scuffed skirting boards, the tiny crack in the window frame, the wall where I'd once stuck all those postcards. It didn't feel like mine anymore. It hadn't for a while. I don't know how long I sat there before I got up and checked the hallway one last time. Nothing. No bag. No note. No shadow waiting behind the coat rack. I should have felt relieved, but all I felt was tired. We moved the next morning. 2 cars, 4 trips. Jamie helped. So did Meg's brother. Everything went smooth, like we were just moving on with our lives because we were. And for a while, things were fine. Quiet. Normal. That first night in the new flat, I slept through the night for the first time in over a month. No wedge under the door, no noise machine, just silence and a locked door I trusted. Weeks passed, then months. Nothing strange. No vans, no notes, no open doors or turned cameras. It was like we'd left it all behind with the old postcode. I started going out again, got back into work, started talking to people properly, stopped watching the CCTV feed every night, like it was some kind of horror film. Eventually, I even started laughing again. Meg and I threw a small housewarming party. Nothing wild, just pizza, some of her unimates, a bit of music. I didn't realize how much I'd missed that people, voices, life that didn't feel like it was hiding from something. Someone asked me that night why we moved. I just said, needed better security. They nodded, no follow-up. And that was that. But here's the part no one talks about. Even after it stops, it doesn't really stop. Not in your head. You still check the rear-view mirror a little more often than you used to. You still glance out your peephole before unlocking the door, even in the middle of the day. You still wake up sometimes for no reason, heart already racing, certain you heard a noise that probably wasn't there. That doesn't just go away. I don't think it ever will. I never figured out who he was, never saw the van again, never got another note. He just stopped. And I've gone over that 1,000 times in my head, why it ended, why it didn't escalate, why it began in the first place. I don't have an answer. Maybe I was just the target of opportunity that night. Maybe I looked tired, distracted, alone. Maybe he was just the kind of person who enjoyed watching people fall apart a little bit at a time. Not with knives or violence. Just silence. Just presence. I threw out all the notes before we moved. Every last one. Even the one that said, "Thanks for not making me wait long." I stood at the wheelie bin and burned them with a lighter, one by one. Watched the paper curl and blacken and turn into flakes that disappeared in the wind. It didn't feel cathartic. It just felt like the right thing to do. Meg asked me once, months later, when we were both a bit drunk on a Friday night and watching a terrible film, "Do you think he's still out there?" I didn't answer right away. Then I said, "Yeah," not to scare her, just because I believe it. People like that don't vanish. They find someone else, somewhere else, another petrol station, another unlocked door, another tired woman who just wanted to get home. But not me, not anymore. I'm not scared of him exactly. I just know better now. I still keep a door wedge in my bag, still have a camera app on my phone, still check the locks twice before bed. Call it trauma, call it paranoia, call it caution, whatever it is, it's part of me now. And honestly, I'm okay with that. Because there's one last thing I haven't told you. Not because I forgot, just because I didn't know how to say it until now. That first night back at the BP station when he looked up from his phone and stared at me, I knew. I don't mean I recognized him. I didn't. I'd never seen him before. No big moment, no scream of instinct. It was smaller than that. Just a flicker. Like my body understood something my brain hadn't caught up with yet. That's what I think about now more than anything else. How many other people have felt that flicker and ignored it? How many other doors got left unlocked? How many other bags were left behind? I don't know. But I got out. I got away. And I never let myself forget what that cost. The sun was just starting to slide down behind the trees when I pulled into the gas station. One of those old, half-forgotten places off Route 19, with cracked pavement, a flickering sign that barely lit the overhang, and a store that looked like it hadn't changed since the late 80s. The kind of place that sells cold sandwiches wrapped in cellophane and coffee that tastes like it's been burned into the pot. I wasn't in a rush, just needed to top off the tank and grab something to keep me awake for the last leg of the drive. It was quiet, no other cars at the pumps, no music playing over the speakers, just the click of the pump handle and the low hum of bugs coming to life in the dusk. I was halfway through fueling when I saw her. She came around from the side of the building, slow and hesitant. A teenage girl, maybe 16, maybe a little younger. She looked wrong, not injured, not messy, just off. Her clothes were clean, but her hair was damp like she'd just washed it in a sink. Her arms were crossed tight over her stomach like she was trying to hold something in. She didn't look at me at first, just stood a few feet away, shoes half off her heels, toes pointed slightly inward like she was unsure she was even supposed to be here. Then she looked up. Her eyes were too wide, unblinking, like she hadn't slept in days. I didn't say anything, just paused with one hand still on the pump, waiting. She stepped closer, barely a whisper of sound from her feet on the concrete. Her voice, when it came, was too low for anyone else to hear. "Can you give me a ride?" It came out shaky, almost too soft to understand. She looked over her shoulder quickly, then leaned in slightly. "Please, don't tell them." My first instinct was confusion. Them. I opened my mouth to ask what she meant. Then the door to the gas station swung open. Two men stepped out, matching uniforms, dark blue with badges over the chest, private security maybe, or some kind of station-branded rent-a-cop setup. I don't know. They looked official enough at a glance, but their shirts were too clean, and their boots didn't have a speck of dust on them. The girl straightened immediately, took a step back, eyes down. She didn't run, didn't protest, just turned and walked slowly, calmly, back toward the store. The taller man gave a little wave, smile wide but empty, the kind you give a stranger you're trying to reassure. The other one nodded once, eyes skimming over me and landing on the pump. Then the girl. Then me again. I gave a nod back, reflex. They followed her inside without a word. I finished fueling and stood there for a long moment with my hand still on the pump, even after the nozzle clicked. It was probably nothing, some misunderstanding, a runaway with a guilty conscience, a kid trying to scare someone for fun. But I didn't believe that. Something in the way she moved, the way she folded into herself when they walked out, that kind of fear doesn't come from nowhere. Inside the store, the lights were too bright, cold humming fluorescents buzzing overhead. The girl was nowhere to be seen. One of the men stood behind the counter now, fiddling with something below the register. The other leaned casually against a rack of chips. I grabbed a bottle of water and a pack of gum without really thinking about it, and when I walked up to pay, the man behind the counter smiled. Said something about the heat. His badge said, Hollis. The other guy was Ray. I nodded, said something generic about long drives, and tapped my card. The machine was slow. I glanced around, hoping to catch a glimpse of the girl. There was a back hallway behind the drink coolers, with a restroom sign above it. The door was closed. Ray followed my gaze. "Bathroom's out of order," he said. I nodded again. Hollis handed me my receipt and wished me a good night. I walked back to my car with that crawling sensation in my shoulders, the kind you get when you realize you're being watched just a little too closely, but can't prove it. Once I was back on the road, the silence felt heavier, like it had settled into the car with me. I drove for another hour before pulling off at a motel. I couldn't shake the feeling, even after a shower, even after flipping through late-night channels just to fill the room with sound. I remembered I had the dash cam running. I almost didn't check it, felt pointless. But curiosity is a strange thing. It nudges you, even when you're sure nothing new will come of it. I loaded the footage on my laptop and scrubbed through. There she was, walking up slowly, clothes clinging slightly to her frame like they hadn't dried all the way. I turned up the volume. "Can you give me a ride?" A little louder than I remembered. Her voice shook at the edges. "Please, don't tell them." Then the part I hadn't heard. As she stepped back and the men came into frame, she said it fast, barely audible over the hum of the pump and the wind in the mic. "They're not really cops. Don't believe them." Then nothing, just her turning and walking away, just their smiles. I played it again, and again, and again. Each time her voice sounded a little clearer, not in volume, just in conviction. "Not really cops. Don't believe them." She said it with the kind of certainty people don't fake. I sat there for a long time. Laptop open. Room silent except for the buzz of the fridge. It didn't feel like a prank. Didn't feel like a kid acting out. It felt like something else. Something I'd stumbled into by accident halfway through a road trip. And I wasn't sure if I was meant to leave it behind. The next morning, I couldn't stop thinking about what she'd said. I didn't sleep much, maybe a few hours, restless and shallow, waking at every noise in the motel hallway. I'd hear footsteps or a door shutting somewhere, and half expect to look up and see one of those men from the gas station standing outside my window. It was stupid, irrational, but I couldn't shake it. I got back in the car around 8, drove for an hour with the radio off. Every time I glanced in the rearview mirror, I thought I saw a white SUV a few cars back, keeping pace with me. Probably nothing. 100 people drive white SUVs, but I kept checking. At a rest stop just past the county line, I pulled into a corner spot and watched traffic come and go. It was quiet, mostly truckers and older couples. I parked, leaned back in the seat, and went through the dashcam footage again. The same moment played back, over and over her voice, soft and urgent, asking for help, saying those men weren't really who they claimed to be, saying not to believe them. I listened carefully, trying to pick apart every word, every sound in the background. I slowed it down, adjusted the levels. Nothing else jumped out. Just her words and the mechanical whir of the pump behind us. But something about the way she said it, the quick glance over her shoulder, the way she dropped her voice just before they appeared, it felt practiced. Not rehearsed, but like she'd done it before. Tried it before. Maybe with someone else. That idea stuck with me. Because if she'd asked before and she was still there, then it meant no one had helped. Or worse, someone had tried, and that's why she was still there. I opened my laptop and pulled up a search engine, typing in the name of the gas station printed on the receipt from the night before. Hollow Pines Fuel Go, just outside a place called Baxter. Nothing unusual on the first page. Address, phone number, one blurry street view photo from 5 years ago. A couple of reviews, mostly bad coffee complaints and price gripes. One mentioned weird hours. Another said the bathrooms were always locked. I searched the name of the town. Baxter, Georgia. Population under 2,000. A handful of local businesses. No official website. No local newspaper. It was the kind of place that sits just off the edge of a real map technically there, but only barely. I dug a little deeper, searched for missing persons near the area. A few names came up, scattered over the last 10 years. One stood out, a girl named Mallory Denton, reported missing 4 years ago, 16 years old at the time. Last seen outside a small gas station off Route 19. There was a photo. I stared at it longer than I meant to. It wasn't conclusive, most grainy school photos aren't, but the eyes caught me. Same wide, haunted look. Same dark hair pulled back too tight. I couldn't be sure, but I couldn't ignore it either. A bad idea started forming in my head, the kind that scratches at the inside of your skull until you either do something about it or go a little crazy trying not to. I needed to go back. Not to confront anyone, not yet, just to see, to confirm something for myself. I told myself I'd only drive by. Just pass through, no stopping. A loop around the station, a glance at the door, and I'd be gone. Back on the road, back to real life. It was early afternoon when I got close. The road dipped and curved through a dense patch of trees, then opened up suddenly. There it was, the same crooked sign, the same sun-faded banner advertising a soda deal that had probably expired 2 years ago. One car at the pump this time, a blue pickup, old and rusted. No sign of the men, no sign of the girl. I drove past slowly, pretending to check directions on my phone. My eyes scanned the lot. The front door of the store was closed. One of the windows had a handwritten sign taped to it. Restroom out of order. I kept going. A half-mile down, I turned off onto a side road that curved behind the woods, pulled off into the gravel shoulder and sat there for a while. I wasn't sure what I was doing, trying to reason with myself, trying to build a case for why this wasn't my problem. She didn't even ask again, I thought. She walked away. She followed them. She chose to go back inside. But I didn't believe that. No one asks for help like that unless they've tried everything else. I waited another 30 minutes, then turned back. drove around the opposite side of the block and parked where I could see the rear of the station through a break in the trees. It was almost silent out here, the occasional drone of insects, distant traffic, a dog barking far off, no movement around the store, no rear entrance. Just a loading door that looked sealed shut with rust. I started the car again, rolled back toward the main road, and passed by once more. This time, I noticed something in the window. A board with paper slips pinned to it, flyers, maybe ads, maybe something else. I couldn't be sure, but one of them looked like a missing poster. I slowed, just for a second, just enough to glance. The image was too small to make out from the road. But the paper looked aged, not new. Not something a place like this would normally bother keeping up. I didn't stop. I kept driving. An hour later, I checked the footage again. Played the girl's voice in my head until I could hear it without the audio. They're not really cops. Don't believe them. I tried to tell myself I'd done enough, that I'd looked, that I'd confirmed it was strange, yes, but not illegal, not something I could act on without more than a whisper and a bad feeling. But it didn't stick, because I knew I was already in it now, just by hearing her, just by not turning away. I got back to the gas station the next morning a little after 9. The place looked the same as always, same tired sign, same peeling paint, same flicker in the opened light above the door. There was a different car at the pump this time, but otherwise, it could have been any morning in the past 20 years. I didn't go inside right away. I sat in the car and watched. It was quiet, the kind of quiet that feels intentional, like the world is holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. I saw movement in the back window of the store, a quick shape. It could have been anyone, Hollis, Ray, the girl. I got out and walked to the side of the building, acting like I was just stretching my legs. There was a narrow alley between the store and the neighboring lot. I followed it. Trash bins lined one side, stacked pallets on the other, a back door locked and a small barred window too high to see through. A soft noise caught my attention, metal scraping lightly against metal. I paused, held my breath, nothing else. Just the hum of the ice machine around the corner and the slow creak of a plastic sign in the wind. I knocked once on the back door, not loud, just enough. Nothing. No footsteps, no reaction. Back in the car, I told myself this was a waste of time, that I had no plan, no reason to be here, but I couldn't drive away, not yet. So I waited. At 10:30, Hollis came out to sweep the front walkway. He didn't notice me until I stepped out of the car. "Back again," he said without much enthusiasm. I gave a half smile. Still on the road. He leaned on the broom. "You get lost or something?" "Just thinking about that girl." He didn't answer right away, just looked at me for a long second before saying, "You're not the first person she's talked to. Others stopped to help. Some tried, most just drove off. She's got this way of pulling people in, makes you think something's wrong." "Isn't there?" Hollis shrugged. "Depends who you ask." "She's still around?" "Not right now. Her uncle picked her up." She told me you weren't real cops. That made him laugh again. Same tight, dismissive bark as before. She doesn't know what she's saying. What about Ray? He work here today. Day off. I let the silence stretch between us. His hand tightened on the broom handle just a little. She say anything else to you? He asked. I shook my head. Not really. Best to let it go, he said. She likes attention, that's all. I nodded like I understood. Then I bought a soda I didn't want, used the receipt to prove I'd been there, and left. Out on the road again, I checked the rear view more than usual. No white SUV, no blue pickup. But the feeling was still there, like I wasn't alone. Like something had been set in motion, and even though I couldn't see it, it was starting to catch up. I went back to the library. The same woman was behind the desk, wearing the same sweater and the same reading glasses. She looked up with a smile that faltered when she saw me. You're back, she said, not quite a question. I have a few more things I'm hoping to check. She led me back to the archive room again without asking for details. This time, I searched everything I could on Hollow Pines Fuel Go. Not much came up. A few mentions in the local business section. One article about a failed permit inspection from years ago. Another about a robbery, but it was brief and vague, no suspects named. Then I searched Ray and Hollis. I didn't know their last names, but I tried every combination I could think of Hollis security, Ray Baxter, Hollow Pines uniform staff. Still nothing. I tried Mallory Denton again, but there were no updates. No new sightings, no additional photos. Just that one grainy image in the same dry sentence. Last seen outside Hollow Pines Fuel Go. Back at the front desk, I asked the librarian if she knew the Denton family. Her mouth tightened. They moved a few years ago. Do you know where? No, sorry, but her voice didn't sound sorry. Did she go to school here? She nodded. Baxter High, quiet girl, smart. Was it a big deal when she went missing? She glanced toward the back room, as if to make sure no one else was listening. It was at first, but around here, things fade fast. People move on. Just like that? Her eyes softened. There are some things folks don't want to talk about. That night, I checked into a different motel, farther from town. I pulled the car around back, parked under a burned-out light, and backed up the dashcam files to my laptop. Then I did something I hadn't planned on. I emailed the audio clip the part where Mallory speaks to a contact I hadn't spoken to in years, a friend from college who worked freelance cybersecurity now. She owed me a favor. I just wrote, "Need help identifying voices in this audio, especially the girl. Not urgent, but soon." I didn't tell her what it was or where it came from. Didn't say I'd heard the girl speak myself. Didn't say I thought she might still be alive. The next morning, I woke up to her reply. All it said was, "This is recent, because if so, you might be right." And below that, a name. Mallory Denton, Baxter, GA, still listed as missing, still flagged active. That voice is a match. The message stayed on my screen for a long time before I could bring myself to read it again. I don't know what I expected her to say, maybe something vague, inconclusive, but not confirmation. Not that. Not someone else verifying the voice, confirming what I already knew deep down. The girl was Mallory Denton, still missing, still listed as active. And I'd seen her, heard her, less than 48 hours ago. I stared at the blinking cursor beneath her email. My fingers hovered over the keyboard, but I didn't know what to write back. What was I supposed to say? That I'd found her but done nothing. That I was sitting in a cheap motel with a growing stack of unease and no plan. Instead of replying, I closed the laptop and stared at the ceiling for a while. I was in it now, whether I wanted to be or not. That afternoon, I drove back toward Baxter, but I didn't go to the gas station. I parked near the diner a few blocks away. It looked abandoned from the outside, but a neon open sign buzzed faintly in the window. Inside, 2 people sat in a booth drinking coffee. One older man, one woman with a tired ponytail, and an even more tired smile. They both looked up when I walked in. The place smelled like burnt toast and old grease. I ordered a cup of coffee and sat at the counter, keeping my back to the door. The waitress came over. Her name Tag, said Cheryl. "You're not from around here," she said. I gave a half shrug. "Just passing through." "You've passed through a couple times now." I didn't reply right away. After a moment I asked, "That girl on the flyer at the gas station, Mallory, you know anything about her?" Cheryl went still, just slightly. Her hand hovered over the sugar jar. "Why are you asking?" "She talked to me a couple nights ago." That got the attention of the guy in the booth. He didn't turn around, but I saw his posture shift. "She asked for help," I said. Said not to believe the guys at the station. Cheryl glanced toward the window. "You should be careful what you repeat around here." "I'm not looking for trouble." "Trouble doesn't care what you're looking for." I sipped the coffee. It tasted like burnt paper. "She alive?" I asked. Cheryl didn't answer for a long time. Finally, she said, "She used to come in here, long time ago. Quiet girl, didn't talk much, but she always left a tip. One day she stopped showing up. Then the flyers went up." "You believe she's still around?" "I believe there are things people don't like talking about. People like Hollis and Ray." She flinched a little at the names. "I don't know what goes on over there," she said. "I don't want to know." The man in the booth stood up then, dropped a couple of bills on the table, and walked out without saying a word. I left a tip for the coffee and followed soon after. In the parking lot, I checked around the corner before heading back to my car. Nothing, no movement, just a crow on a telephone wire watching like it knew more than I did. That evening, I parked farther from town, just off an old dirt road. I sat in the car for an hour, windows cracked, engine off. I kept thinking about the girl's voice. "They're not really cops. Don't believe them." That line looped in my head over and over like a stuck record. And then I did something I didn't plan. I pulled out my laptop and made a copy of the dashcam footage onto a fresh USB stick. Then I made 2 more. One went into the glove box, one into my coat pocket. The third I tucked into the motel Bible in the nightstand drawer. Insurance. Just in case. The next morning, I parked behind the hardware store next to the gas station. There was a narrow alley that ran between the buildings. I waited until a delivery truck pulled in and blocked the view from the street, then walked toward the back door of the station. Same locked door. Same stacked pallets. But this time, I noticed something I hadn't before. Scratches on the wall, faint, like someone had run their nails down it in frustration or fear. I knocked once. Nothing. I tried again, harder. Still nothing. Then a voice soft, right behind the door. "Who is it?" It was her, Mallory. I kept my voice low. "I saw you 2 nights ago. You asked me for help." Silence. "I believe you," I said. "I don't know what's going on, but I want to help." Another long pause. "They don't let me leave," she said. "Not really. They say I can, but I know they're lying." "Who are they?" "They're not cops. They wear the uniforms, but they're not real. I don't know who they are. I think they used to work here, but now it's different." I glanced toward the alley entrance. Still clear. "Why are you here? Why stay?" "They watch everything. If I run, they say they'll tell people I made it up, that I'm just a runaway, that I stole from them. I don't even know if they can be caught." "I have proof," I told her. "Footage, audio. I can give it to someone." Another pause, then quieter. "I've tried that before. You're not alone anymore." Footsteps. Fast, from inside. "Go," she whispered. "They're coming." I turned and slipped back around the building, heart hammering. Back in the car, I drove without thinking, zigzagging through side streets until I was back near the motel. I didn't go in, just sat in the lot and let the weight of what just happened sink in. Mallory was still there, still trapped, still scared. And I was the first person who had proof she ever reached out. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw her face behind that door. Mallory. Her voice was still in my ears, soft but scared. She was real. She was there. And I knew, with a kind of cold certainty, that if I didn't do something soon, she wouldn't be for much longer. I stared at the ceiling until the light outside turned from orange to blue. Then I made coffee in the motel room, the kind that comes in a pouch and tastes like burnt plastic, and sat with my laptop open in front of me. I played the dashcam clip again, watched the moment where she stepped into frame, leaned toward the car, and whispered what I now knew was more than just fear, it was truth. "They're not really cops. Don't believe them." I tried to think logically. Mallory was missing, still officially flagged as such. The men at the station were posing as law enforcement, maybe ex-security. There was video, there was audio. I had her voice, and now I had a second encounter, recorded my conversation with her through the door, captured with a discreet voice memo app running in my pocket. I had proof. What I didn't have was trust in the system that should be handling this. If I went to the local sheriff's office, who would they believe? A stranger with shaky recordings and a gut feeling. Or the two locals who'd been running that station for who knows how long, men with matching uniforms and blank smiles. I pulled out my phone and stared at the contact list. There was one name I hadn't thought about in years, a guy I used to know from college, Chris Summers. He'd done a short stint in private investigations before moving into journalism. We weren't close anymore, but I remembered enough to know he didn't like letting things go when they smelled wrong. I hit call. It rang longer than it should have. Just when I thought it would go to voicemail, he picked up. "Yeah?" "It's me," I said. "Listen, I need a favor." "What kind of favor?" "The kind where someone might be pretending to be dead, or disappeared, or both, and there's a gas station involved." He didn't answer for a second. "Where are you?" "Georgia, near a place called Baxter." He sighed. "Of course you are. All right, start from the top." I gave him the summary: Mallory, the audio, the uniforms, the locked door. I tried to keep it short, but once I started, I couldn't stop. Chris didn't interrupt. When I finished, he was quiet for a moment. "That's a lot," he said. "I know." "You still have the footage?" "I've got multiple copies." "Good. Don't trust the cloud. Don't trust email. Print it if you can. Thumb drives. Mail one to yourself." "I already did." Another pause. "I'll be there in 12 hours. "You're coming here?" "Hell yes, I'm coming there. If this is real, it's big. But you can't do anything until I get there. Don't confront them. Don't go back to the station. Don't try to talk to the girl again. I don't think she can wait much longer." "And I get that," he said, voice tight. "But if you disappear next, then no one can help her. Don't be a hero. Be a witness." I hung up and sat there for a while, feeling like the ground had started to shift under me. I spent the next hour driving back roads, just to see if anyone was following me. I didn't see any signs, but that didn't settle me. It just made the silence heavier. Around noon, I parked across from the station again. This time I stayed in the car, watching from a distance. Hollis was outside, pretending to wipe the pumps down with a rag that was already dirty. Ray came out a few minutes later, carrying a box of snacks from the back. No sign of Mallory. No sign of anything out of place, at least. Not if you didn't know where to look. They talked like everything was normal, smiled at customers, sold coffee and gum. On the surface, it was just another roadside pit stop. But I saw the way they kept glancing toward the back of the building. At one point, a delivery driver pulled in. They met him outside. No one else went in or out during the drop. When the driver left, they locked the store door behind him, just for a moment. I watched Ray slip a key back into his pocket as they reopened. Control. They had complete control. That night, I printed copies of the missing flyer with Mallory's face and the date she was last seen. I pinned one to the bulletin board at the diner, the library, and on the inside of the motel lobby door. It was probably stupid, but I wanted her to see it, to know someone still cared. I didn't sleep that night either. At 2 a.m., I heard a car slow down outside my room. I didn't move. Lights passed across the ceiling, then silence. The car drove on. But the chill in the air didn't leave. Around 5, I packed everything I had into one small duffel and checked out of the motel. I drove to a different one, a few towns over, and waited in the lobby until I could check in. Used a different card this time, different name, just in case. Chris arrived just after lunch. He looked older than I remembered, hair a little thinner, shoulders a little heavier, but the moment he saw me, he was locked in. "You weren't kidding," he said. "I never do." We spent the next 3 hours going through everything: footage, audio, the photos I'd taken of the station, the notes I'd written after each visit, the flyers. Chris took it all in. At one point, he leaned back in his chair and muttered, "This is organized." "You think it's just them?" "No," he said. "I think it starts with them. But if this girl's been missing for years and no one's come looking, that means someone higher up is keeping it that way. So what do we do?" He looked me in the eye. "We hit it. One shot. We go back. We get her. And we bring it straight to someone who can't ignore it." "You mean the cops?" "I mean the press." We went back the next day just after 3 in the afternoon. Chris wanted daylight, said it was better for optics if we ended up needing to talk to someone official. Cameras don't lie, but people do, and people always feel bolder when it's dark. Daylight made it harder to pretend nothing was happening. He had gear better than mine, 2 body cams, small enough to clip behind a shirt button, 1 backup recorder on his belt, a second phone running a live feed to a locked folder. He worked methodically, like he'd done this before. He probably had. We didn't say much on the drive over, just ran over the plan again. I'd go around the back like before, knock once. Chris would hang back, watch from the lot, and follow if anything changed. It was hot again, sun beating down on the metal roof of the car, making everything feel slower, heavier. Hollis was behind the counter when we walked in. He looked up, and his smile didn't even flicker. "You boys need something?" Chris was already recording. I picked up a soda from the fridge, just like last time. "We're looking for someone," I said. "Mallory Denton." The smile dropped. "Don't know her." "She was here. We both saw her. She asked for help." "You've got the wrong place." Chris stepped forward. "You know she's listed as missing, right? Active case. You've got her flyer pinned up by the door." "That's old," Hollis said. "No one took it down." "Convenient." Hollis stepped around the counter slowly. "You want to leave now?" Chris didn't move. "No." That's when the back door opened. Ray stepped in, still wearing the same dark blue shirt, but now his sleeves were rolled up. He looked tired, or maybe just annoyed. "I'd go," he said. "We want to talk to the girl," I said. "There's no girl here." Chris reached into his pocket and pulled out the USB. "This has your faces, her voice, you telling people not to worry. You've been holding her here." Ray shook his head slowly. You don't know what you're doing. Maybe not, Chris said, but someone will. They both looked at each other, just a flicker of communication, a second of decision-making. And then something changed. Ray stepped aside. She's out back, he said. Go get her. I didn't wait. I pushed past him and through the door into the back hallway. It was narrow and dim, just a cracked floor and a faint smell of mildew. Mallory was there, sitting on a bench by the storage room. She looked up when I came in. Her eyes were the same wide, cautious, but something had shifted. She didn't look afraid. She looked ready. They said you came back, she said. I nodded. We're getting you out of here. Chris came in behind me. He didn't say anything, just handed her a hoodie and a pair of sunglasses from his bag. She put them on without question. Out front, Hollis didn't stop us. Neither did Ray. We walked out the door like we were picking someone up from a shift. Once we were in the car and halfway down the road, Mallory finally spoke again. They didn't hurt me, she said. But they didn't let me go either. Not really. You don't have to explain, I said. I stayed because they told me no one was looking, that I was better off just staying quiet. Chris glanced back at her. You're not invisible, not anymore. She didn't cry. She didn't thank us. She just looked out the window and didn't speak for the next hour. Chris made some calls, not the police, not yet. He had a contact at a national outlet, someone who specialized in missing persons, especially ones with holes in the official story. By the time we reached the next town, the audio files, dash cam footage, and body cam video were already backed up in 3 places and sitting in the inbox of someone who had the power to put it all in front of the right eyes. We booked 2 rooms, one for Chris and me, one for Mallory. She kept the door cracked between them and left the TV on all night, not for noise, just the light. The next morning, Chris's contact called, said they were putting a story together, wanted to talk to Mallory. He told them not yet, that she needed space. We spent 2 days in that motel, ate takeout, watched bad cable, sat in silence a lot. She told us pieces, slowly. She'd run away once, years ago, after a fight at home. Ended up at the gas station by chance. Ray was working there then. Said he knew someone who could help. Took her in, said he'd drive her to a shelter. Instead, he kept her in the back room for a night, then another. Said it was safer that way. Said he was protecting her. Said if she left, the cops would think she was a thief. It never got violent. That's what she repeated, like she wanted it to matter. But it was still a cage, just without bars. After a while, she stopped asking. A few people saw her over the years, she said. Truckers, travelers, a couple who passed through. She asked for help, but each time they'd smile and step in before she could say too much. Say she was confused, say she was their niece, their worker, their problem. She started to believe it. Until I stopped. And listened. 3 days later, we drove her to a safe house Chris knew. Somewhere out of state, somewhere quiet. We didn't ask for details, didn't press. Before we dropped her off, she turned to me and said, "I didn't think anyone would come back." "I didn't think I would either," I said. She nodded, got out, walked up the front steps without looking back. Chris and I drove home in silence. The story ran the following week. Mallory's photo was everywhere. The audio, the footage, the flyer, everything. A public record, finally. The gas station shut down. Hollis and Ray disappeared before anyone could serve them. An investigation opened, but I don't know how far it went. Some things slipped through the cracks, but her name won't anymore. Every now and then, I check the online updates. Mallory hasn't resurfaced. She has a new name now, I think. A new life. The footage still lives on my laptop. I don't watch it anymore. Not because I'm trying to forget. Because I don't need to. It happened. She asked for help. And someone listened. This time, that was enough. I almost didn't take the job, to be honest. Not for any big reason, I was just tired, and I'd had a weird week. School was annoying. I had cramps, and my mom was on my ass about college apps again. But Mrs. Fairchild texted around 3 that afternoon, asking if I could cover for her usual sitter who had the flu or something. It was just one baby, 5 hours tops, and I'd already promised I'd help out if she ever needed someone last minute. I said yes before I could really think about it, just typed, "Sure," and hit send. The house was in Ravenswood, kind of a quiet, older neighborhood near where my aunt lives. Brick houses, lots of trees, weird little lawn statues. I got there at 6:45. It was already dark out. Mrs. Fairchild answered in that rushed, flustered mom way, one earring in, trying to get the other one on, while also zipping her coat and holding her toddler on one hip. She handed me the diaper bag and a bottle before I could even say hi. "Oh, thank you, you're a lifesaver. Sam just needs to be put down by 8 bottle, then crib. If he cries, give it a minute. He usually settles. Emergency numbers are on the fridge. The landline works, by the way, just in case your phone dies. We should be back before 2. I nodded, said it was no problem. She left smelling like perfume and stress. The house was nice. Clean in a way that didn't feel lived in, beige everything. The TV remote was one of those fancy universal ones with 20 buttons, and the couch was one of those deep ones that swallow you whole. I remember thinking, rich people couches always do this. Sam was easy. He kind of blinked at me like, "Who the hell are you?" but didn't cry. I gave him the bottle, rocked him a bit, then put him in his crib upstairs. He rolled over and passed out within minutes. It was kind of eerie how quiet it got. After that, I went back downstairs, made a cup of peppermint tea, they had like 12 kinds, and started scrolling on my phone. I sat on the corner of the couch so I could see the baby monitor, and also the front door, not because I was nervous. It just felt better that way. I didn't even notice the blinking light on the landline base until around 10. You know how some houses still have those cordless phones with the little digital display? This one sat next to the microwave, red light blinking, 1 missed call. I didn't think anything of it. Figured maybe Mrs. Fairchild called to check in but changed her mind. I hit the recent calls button. The missed call was from their own number. I literally laughed out loud, like, okay, sure, spooky ghost call. Probably just a glitch. Maybe the system pinged itself or something. I'm not a tech person. Still, I deleted the notification. It bugged me, the blinking. Then I settled back into the couch, half watching a movie I didn't care about. I think it was one of those cheesy rom-coms with fake New York apartments and people falling in love over bagels. Around midnight, I started dozing. You know that half sleep where your phone drops on your chest and wakes you up? That was me. I should have gone upstairs to the guest room, but I didn't want to leave the monitor out of sight. The screen was tiny, black and white, and had this slow 1 frame per second delay. Everything was quiet. Until 1:13. I remember the time exactly because the landline rang, and it scared the absolute shit out of me. It was loud, one of those old school rings that sounds like an alarm bell. I jumped, almost knocked my tea over, and stared at it for a second, trying to decide if I should answer. My heart was going fast for no reason. The screen said the same thing, incoming call home. That gave me pause, like, what? It was the house number again. I picked it up. At first it was just quiet. Not dead air, more like someone was holding the phone but not talking. There was that weird, low hum you only hear on real landlines. I said, "Hello?" Silence. I said it again. "Hello? Is someone there?" And then I swear to God this happened, someone whispered, right into the receiver. "Why are you in my chair?" Just like that, calm, like they already knew me, or like they were sitting across the room and didn't want to wake someone up. I hung up. I didn't even respond. My hands were shaking a little and I kept looking around like, okay, what the hell? Is someone messing with me? But I hadn't heard any doors, nothing on the monitor. No movement. Then I thought the monitor. I grabbed it and looked. Sam was still in the crib, curled up with his blanket, totally fine. But in the corner of the screen, just barely in frame, was the living room. And there was a chair. An armchair I hadn't really noticed before, in the far side of the room near the bookshelves. There was someone sitting in it. I don't know how to explain this. The figure was tall, not like cartoonishly tall, just wrong for the chair. Knees bent too high, arms resting weird. They were facing away from the monitor, so all I could see was the back of their head and shoulders. They weren't moving. I stared for a full 30 seconds, just trying to make sense of it. My first thought was maybe it's a jacket or something, maybe something piled weird in the chair. I tapped the monitor. I stood up and turned toward the chair in real life. Empty. No one there. But when I looked back at the monitor, they were still sitting in it, facing away, perfectly still. And that's when I started to feel it in my body, like my skin didn't fit right, like I shouldn't be in this house at all. I backed into the kitchen without taking my eyes off the monitor. My legs felt weird, like they were buzzing. I didn't even have a plan, just moved. Then the landline rang again. Same number. Same screen. Home. I didn't pick up that time. I just watched the phone ring and ring while that figure sat in the chair, unmoving, on a screen that said everything was fine. I didn't answer the second call. I just stood there in the kitchen like an idiot, breathing through my nose and trying not to throw up. The monitor was still in my hand. That grainy little screen showed the same thing, the baby asleep upstairs, and that figure still in the chair, not moving, not doing anything. Just sitting there, facing the back of the room like this was their house, not mine. No, not mine, not even my house. That thought hit me like a slap. I didn't live here. I didn't know this house. I didn't know the layout beyond the 2 rooms I'd been in. I didn't even know if they had an alarm system or a basement. I didn't know if that chair was supposed to be empty. I hadn't paid attention earlier. I didn't know anything. And I sure as hell didn't know who could have been calling from inside the house. The landline finally stopped ringing. It was weirdly loud when the silence came back. I could hear the fridge humming and the clock ticking above the microwave and my own heartbeat behind my ears. I looked at the screen again, still there, still in the chair. I don't know why I didn't call the police right then. I should have, but my brain was doing that thing where it tries to protect you by pretending things make sense. Like maybe it was a weird shadow. Maybe there was a delay or a glitch or God, I don't even know. I opened the Find My iPhone app and shared my location with my best friend, just in case. I didn't text her or anything. I figured if I went missing, at least someone would have a head start. Then I slowly crept toward the living room. I stayed close to the wall, keeping the monitor angled in front of me. It was such a bizarre feeling knowing I was looking into the room on screen while also being in it, like I was seeing 2 versions at once. One empty, one not. I took 3 steps into the living room. The chair was empty. I don't mean like now it looked empty. I mean it was literally empty. Nothing in it. Just a plain, high-backed armchair with a throw blanket over one side. The monitor still showed the figure, but I was staring at the chair in real life, and it was not there. I felt dizzy. That's the best word I've got. Like my sense of balance went off. Like the world had tilted a little, just enough to make me question if I was awake. I backed out, fast. Ran upstairs, 2 steps at a time. Sam was still asleep. The nursery smelled like baby powder and something faintly sweet, maybe that lavender lotion moms always use. I stood there for a minute, just watching his chest rise and fall, like if I could confirm he was okay, then I could be okay too. But the monitor still showed the chair, still showed the thing in it. That's when I finally texted someone, my friend Kenzie. I typed, "I'm babysitting. Something's off. Can I call?" No reply. I checked the time, 1:23 in the morning. I sat on the edge of the guest bed, holding the monitor like it was a weapon. I kept waiting for it to go back to normal, for the figure to disappear or turn or move. It didn't. 10 minutes passed. 15. Then I heard a sound that made my blood go cold. No, sorry, not doing that. Let me try again. I heard a sound that made my body react before my brain did. Like all my muscles tensed at once. My ears rang. I felt pressure in my throat. It was breathing. Not mine, not the baby's. It was coming from the baby monitor speaker. Just this low, raspy inhale and exhale, like someone was standing right next to the mic, not talking, not sighing, just breathing. I muted it instantly. I don't even remember doing it, my thumb just moved on its own. I pressed the volume all the way down until it clicked. And that's when the monitor screen cut to static. Like full white noise fuzz, the kind you see in old horror movies. I actually said out loud, "Are you fucking kidding me?" Then swear on my life it blinked back on. And the chair was empty. I stared at it for a long time, trying to tell if anything had changed. The baby was still asleep. Everything looked the same, but I was shaking now, my whole body. I could feel sweat on the back of my neck. I decided I wasn't staying in that room. I picked up Sam real careful, trying not to wake him, and took him downstairs. The living room was still empty, or looked like it. I didn't check the chair again. I set him down in the playpen by the kitchen and pulled my phone out. That's when I noticed I had no service. 0 bars, not even Wi-Fi. That freaked me out more than anything so far, because I'd had full bars earlier. I'd been on TikTok, I'd texted Kenzie, and now it just said no service, like I'd stepped into some kind of dead zone. I tried restarting my phone. Nothing. I picked up the landline. It was still on, still had a dial tone. But as I held it, I noticed something. There was a call in progress. I hadn't made any calls. I put it to my ear. Breathing. Not labored, not frantic, just slow, steady, close. I hung up. My hands were sweating so bad I could barely hold the receiver. I went to the front door. Still locked, chain on, deadbolt secure. Kitchen windows? Locked. Back door? Locked. I tried telling myself it had to be a technical issue, like maybe the line got crossed with another house. Maybe there was a neighbor on the same frequency. Is that even a thing? I don't know. I was trying so hard to be rational and it wasn't working. I picked up Sam again. He stirred a little but didn't wake up. I sat on the floor next to the fridge, with my back against the cabinet, just holding him. I stayed like that for a while, at least 20 minutes. Then I heard it. The chair creaked. From the other room. Just once. Like someone adjusting their weight. I didn't move, didn't breathe, didn't even look at the monitor. I just held Sam tighter and waited for morning. I don't know how long I stayed like that, sitting on the cold tile floor with the baby in my lap and the fridge humming behind me. It felt like hours, but it was probably less. I remember the tile pressing into my skin through my leggings. I remember Sam's little hand curled around my hoodie string. I remember trying to blink without making noise. The chair had definitely creaked. It wasn't the house settling. I'd heard the difference. This was short, heavy, like someone shifting in their seat. I didn't even try to check the monitor again. I kept telling myself to be smart, to stay still, to wait it out. But my brain wouldn't stop offering me worst-case scenarios like a playlist I couldn't pause. What if someone was living in the walls? What if they were watching me? What if they'd been waiting for the Fairchilds to leave? My stomach turned. I hadn't eaten since lunch, a stale vending machine sandwich and half a Snapple. My mouth was dry and I felt like I'd been holding my breath since the first call. Then, out of nowhere, the power flickered. Just once. Lights dimmed, that soft humming dip, then back. and the baby monitor, which had been dead quiet, suddenly popped back on with a loud crackle of static. I almost dropped Sam. He jerked a little in my arms, but didn't wake up, just gave a soft baby grunt and turned his face into my hoodie. I didn't move. I didn't even look at the monitor. I didn't want to know what was on it. I couldn't. My heart was doing this fast, fluttery thing that made my fingers go numb. I know how this sounds. I do, like I'm making it up, like I'm trying to scare people on Reddit at 3 a.m. But this happened. I still think about it every night. I still have dreams where the chair creaks, and I wake up convinced someone's standing in my closet. Anyway, eventually I decided to move, not because I was brave, but because I couldn't feel my legs anymore, and Sam was starting to get heavy. I carried him back upstairs. This time I brought a kitchen knife. I don't even know why. I remember thinking, I won't use this, but it still made me feel like I had a tiny bit of control. Like if someone came out of the wall, at least I'd have something. I got to the nursery, shut the door, and locked it. Set Sam in his crib, sat down in the rocking chair next to him, and pulled the monitor out of my hoodie pocket. The screen was normal again. Empty chair. No figure, no shadow. Just the living room, lit by the soft glow from the TV screen, which I'd forgotten to turn off. The remote was still on the couch, volume low, just enough to cast that weird moving light flicker into the room. The longer I watched, the more I felt like I'd imagined it, like maybe the figure really was a coat or a pile of blankets, and I was just overtired. I wanted to believe that so bad it hurt. Then something changed. I didn't see it at first. I noticed it by the light. The TV flicker, that soft blue glow, had been moving across the empty living room like it does in any house when it's the only thing on. Now it wasn't. Now it was blocked. Something tall, out of frame, was casting a shadow across the room. It moved slowly, left to right, like someone standing just off camera had walked between the TV and the monitor. I felt this deep, sick heat spread in my chest, like nausea mixed with fear, like my body had just figured out it wasn't safe, and my brain was lagging behind. I pressed mute on the monitor again, just in case. I didn't want to hear breathing. I didn't want to hear anything. I sat there in the dark nursery, hands shaking, trying to think of what to do. Call the cops? Using the landline? Sure. But what if he was still on the other line? Go outside? I didn't have the Fairchild's keys. I didn't know the alarm code. And the last time I checked, the front door had been locked from the inside. I texted Kenzie again. Please check your location, Cher. I'm still here. Something's not right. Still no response. No service. I opened the window in the nursery and leaned out, just to see if I could maybe yell for help or climb down if I had to. Their backyard was empty. Faint streetlight glow off to the left. A light breeze. Nothing out of place. Except the basement window. It was open. Just a crack. Just wide enough. I backed away fast, hit my elbow on the crib. Sam stirred again but didn't wake up. My eyes were burning now, and I realized I was crying. I don't cry easily, not when I'm scared, but this was different. This was wrong. That's when I made a choice. I went to the nursery closet, pulled open the door, and crawled inside with the baby monitor, the knife, and Sam wrapped in a blanket. It wasn't bravery. It was just the only thing that made sense. We were upstairs. We were locked in. If someone else was in the house, I'd rather be in a tiny space I could defend than sitting out in the open like bait. I know it sounds dramatic. I know that. But I've never been more sure that something was watching us. And the worst part, I never heard footsteps. No doors opened. Nothing crashed or moved. It was the silence that got louder. That's how I knew I wasn't imagining it. That's how I knew we weren't alone. I don't know if you've ever hidden in a closet, but it's not like in movies. It's not dramatic. It's cramped and dusty and uncomfortable in ways you don't even think about, like how your back starts to cramp because you can't sit up straight, or how the air gets warm from your own breath. And you start to smell things: old fabric, the sharp tang of dust, the faint baby powder from Sam's blanket, the weird plastic smell from the monitor. I sat like that for what felt like an hour. My legs were folded up under me, and Sam was sleeping in my lap, one little fist curled into my stomach. The knife was still in my hand, blade pointed down, like I'd seen in some self-defense video, but it felt stupid, heavy and dumb. I didn't know how to use it. I'd never even cut a steak with one this sharp. The monitor was on, but I kept it tilted down so the screen wouldn't light up the closet. I only looked at it in short glances. The image hadn't changed: empty living room, chair sitting perfectly still. I should have felt better. I didn't. The silence was the worst part. It was so thick I could hear my own heartbeat, like it was coming through the walls. And I kept thinking, if he's still in the house, where is he now? I started playing out every possible explanation, not to calm myself down, but because my brain wouldn't stop. Maybe it was a squatter, someone living in the attic or basement. Maybe it was an ex-boyfriend of the Fairchilds, or a relative, or some creep who knew their schedule. Or maybe, and this one stuck in my head, maybe it was none of those things. Maybe it was just something that came with the house, like mold or radon gas, something that didn't care who lived here. I don't know when I started crying again. I didn't make noise. I just felt the tears come and my nose started to run. I wiped it on my sleeve. I don't even think I was crying out of fear anymore. It was just this deep, hollow feeling like I wasn't supposed to be here, like I'd accidentally stepped into someone else's nightmare. And then the closet door creaked. Not wide, just a few inches. But I hadn't touched it. I froze, my whole body just locked up. Even Sam tensed a little in his sleep. I stared at the gap between the door and the frame. It was dark outside the closet, darker than it had been before. And I knew someone was out there. You know how people say, "I felt a presence"? I always thought that was fake, dramatic. But I swear to you, I felt it. Not like air pressure or temperature. It was like gravity. Like something was standing just beyond the door, pulling at me, heavy and silent. I didn't breathe. I didn't blink. I waited. The door didn't open more. No footsteps, no movement. Just that crack of space. Like it was watching me back. I don't know how long I stayed like that. Long enough that my legs went totally numb and I couldn't feel my feet anymore. long enough that my hands stopped shaking and just started hurting from gripping the knife too tight. Eventually, I had to shift. My hip was cramping so bad I felt nauseous. As soon as I moved, the baby monitor, which had been dead silent, made a sound. Just a beep, one single beep, like a battery warning. But it was loud in that tiny closet, loud enough that Sam stirred and gave a soft little whimper. I held my breath again, waited. Still nothing. I glanced down at the screen, and that's when I saw it. The chair was empty, again, but now the monitor angle had changed. It wasn't where I'd left it. The camera had moved. I couldn't explain how I knew, but I did. The angle was slightly lower, tilted a few degrees to the right, like someone had picked it up and set it back down just a little differently. I didn't breathe. I didn't blink. I just watched that chair, waiting for it to do something, anything, because now I wasn't afraid of what was in the house. I was afraid of where it was. I wanted to check the hallway, just crack the closet door a little more, just see. But I didn't. Not until I heard the sound. It wasn't loud. Just this faint scrape, like fabric brushing against wood, like someone standing up from the chair. Then another sound, closer, too close. A breath. Outside the door. Low and steady. It didn't sound human. It wasn't raspy or harsh. It was almost mechanical, like someone trying to mimic breathing. I reached out slowly and grabbed the closet doorknob. Not to open it, I just needed to hold it. Needed to feel something solid. My hand was slick with sweat. I remember thinking, please let it be over. Please just let this stop. I'll never babysit again. I'll never come back here. Just let me go home. Then the breathing stopped. Completely. And something tapped the closet door. Just once. Like a knuckle, light, measured. I didn't scream. I didn't move. Sam whimpered again in his sleep, and I put my hand over his back, just barely touching him. He felt warm, real, like the only real thing left in the house. The monitor screen flickered again. For a split second, less than a second, it showed something. Not the chair. Not the living room. It showed a face. Up close, lit from below, eyes wide, smiling too hard. Then static. I threw the monitor across the closet without meaning to. It hit the wall and shut off. The knock came again. Twice this time. Softer. Almost playful. I was shaking so bad I couldn't hold the knife anymore. It slipped from my hand and landed with a muffled clink on the closet floor. I knew if I didn't move, if I didn't do something, I was going to lose it completely. So I did the only thing I could think of. I started singing. Quietly. A lullaby I remembered from when my little cousin used to scream through the night. Just something soft and steady to keep Sam calm, to keep me calm. The knocking stopped, but I kept singing anyway. And then finally I heard it. A key in the front door. The sound of the lock turning. Someone stepping inside. I didn't believe it at first. The sound of the key turning in the front door was so normal, so casual, like none of the last 2 hours had happened. Like this wasn't the same house where something had whispered to me through a landline or tapped twice on the closet door. But I heard it. Metal, deadbolt, then the creak of the door opening. Footsteps. Soft, rubber-soled, not heavy boots, not barefoot padding, just normal shoes. I couldn't tell how many. It sounded like one person. I didn't know what to do. I thought about screaming, just yelling help and hoping to God it wasn't whoever had been in the chair. But what if it was? What if they had a key? What if they wanted me to react? I didn't say anything. I didn't move. Sam was still sleeping in my lap, but just barely. I could feel his little body shifting, legs twitching like he was dreaming. I held him tighter, trying not to shake. The front door clicked shut. Then I heard voices. Low, fast, muffled by the walls. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but it didn't sound threatening. More like someone whispering directions. I strained to hear. I pressed my ear against the closet door, even though my whole body screamed at me not to. A woman's voice. Then a man. I didn't move, not until I heard it, Mrs. Fairchild's voice. I recognized it right away. "Where is she?" she asked. Urgent, not panicked. "She's not answering her texts. Something's wrong." I flung the closet door open so fast, it slammed into the wall. "Up here," I shouted. My voice cracked halfway through. "I'm up here." I heard feet pounding the stairs, and then they were there, Mr. and Mrs. Fairchild, both wide-eyed, both in their dress clothes. She dropped her purse on the floor and rushed past me into the nursery, arms out for her son. "Oh my God," she said, breathless. "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" I didn't answer right away. I think I just started crying again. Like full-body crying, that shaking, silent kind where everything comes out at once and you're just glad someone else is there now. Mrs. Fairchild scooped Sam up and held him to her chest. He was fully awake now, blinking sleepily and rubbing his face against her shoulder. Mr. Fairchild crouched next to me, one hand on my arm. "Hey," he said, "talk to me. What happened?" I tried. I really did. But it came out in pieces, broken up sentences. Stuff like, "There was someone in the chair. The phone rang. It was from here. It was your number. The monitor moved. I didn't touch it." Mrs. Fairchild turned to look at her husband. "Call the police," she said. "Now." He nodded and pulled out his phone. I noticed his hands were shaking too, just slightly. She helped me up off the floor and into the hallway. My legs barely worked. Everything felt weirdly soft, like walking on carpet, even though I wasn't. She sat me down on the guest bed and asked me again gently what had happened. I told her as much as I could without sounding completely insane. I left out the breathing, the knock, the face on the monitor. I didn't have the energy to make sense of those parts, and honestly, I wasn't sure they were real. They felt like dreams, like something my brain invented to fill in the blanks. But the chair, that was real. The landline calls, real. The figure on the monitor, real. Mrs. Fairchild didn't say much while I talked, just nodded slowly, eyes moving around the room like she was trying to match my words to the house she knew. The police showed up 15 minutes later. 2 officers, One older guy and one who looked maybe 25, tops. They did the usual, asked questions, checked the locks, walked the perimeter. One of them even climbed down into the basement to make sure no one was hiding. They didn't find anything. No signs of forced entry, no footprints, no tampered cameras. And yeah, the baby monitor was one of those Wi-Fi ones with a tilt feature, but Mrs. Fairchild swore she had the app turned off. She said it had been unplugged from her phone since their last update. They tried to reassure me, told me it was probably a prank. Maybe the previous sitter messing around with access to the camera. Maybe a crossed line on the landline. I didn't argue. I just sat on the guest bed with the blanket pulled around me and nodded until they stopped talking. They left around 3:30. I didn't go home right away. I couldn't. Mrs. Fairchild offered to drive me, but I told her I needed a few minutes first. She made me tea chamomile with honey and sat across from me in the kitchen while Sam napped upstairs. The chair was still there in the living room, empty, perfectly still. I couldn't stop staring at it. "Did it look like that when you saw it?" she asked me quietly. I nodded, then shook my head. "I don't know," I said. "I didn't look at it earlier. I wasn't paying attention. But the person, or whatever it was, they were sitting in it, like they belonged there." She didn't say anything after that. She just reached out and put her hand over mine. When I finally got home, I sat on my bedroom floor for a full hour with the lights on. I didn't want to get in bed. I didn't want to close my eyes. I didn't want to see that chair in my dreams. I checked my phone. Kenzie had finally texted back. I just saw your location. Are you okay?" I stared at it for a while, then typed back, "No, but I'm home. I haven't babysat since. Not because I'm scared exactly, but because something changed in me that night. Something about how I see houses, empty rooms, chairs left facing the wrong direction. Sometimes I'll be at a friend's place, and I'll glance at the baby monitor just to glance, and I'll get this chill that feels like static in my veins. Not because I see anything, but because I know how easy it is not to. It took me a while to feel like a normal person again. That night didn't end with a headline or a police chase or even a real explanation. It just ended. I went home, got in the shower with my clothes still on, and sat on the floor until the water went cold. Then I curled up in bed with the lights on and didn't fall asleep until the sun came up. The next few days were a blur. People I hadn't talked to in months started texting me when they saw my post on Reddit, the first version of this, the one I almost deleted a dozen times before hitting publish. They all wanted to know what really happened, as if I'd been holding something back, like I was sitting on a secret ending. But this is it. This is all of it. I didn't make any of it up. There was never a face I could identify, no monster to describe, no solid figure I could draw or explain. It wasn't like that. It was worse, honestly. It was vague and quiet and real in a way that doesn't give you closure. It just sits inside you and echoes. A week later, I got a voicemail from Mrs. Fairchild. Her voice was calm, maybe too calm. She said she hoped I was doing okay, that Sam kept asking for me, which I doubt, he was barely verbal, and that they were grateful for how I handled things that night. Then she said something that stuck with me more than anything else. "We had the house rekeyed, and we're getting rid of the chair," she said. "I think it's time." I played that part back 4 times. Getting rid of the chair. That was the first moment I realized something maybe they'd known, or maybe not known exactly, but felt it, the way people feel when a room is colder than the rest of the house, or when the same dream keeps waking them up at the same time every night. I don't think the Fairchilds were lying to me. I think they were just doing what most people do, not looking too closely, not asking questions they didn't want answered. I never called her back. I thought about it. I wrote out a long message once, thanking her for the tea, for calling the cops, for not making me feel crazy, but I never sent it. I think I just wanted to put distance between me and that house, that chair, that night. I still check baby monitors when I'm over at people's places. It's automatic now, even if they're turned off, even if I'm just walking past the screen. I always look for movement. A figure. Anything in a chair. It's been almost a year since it happened. I haven't talked about it out loud since then. Even writing this now, I feel like I'm reopening a door I shut for a reason. But it's been in my head all week, so maybe if I write it out properly, like really finish it, I'll stop thinking about it when I'm trying to fall asleep. A few months ago, I got curious and searched for the address on a public records site. The house was still listed, still owned by the Fairchilds. No police reports since the one I was part of. No 911 calls, no break-ins, just silence. I did find something else, though. An old listing from when they first bought the place with pictures. Most were boring. Kitchen, bathroom, yard. You know the type. But one of the last photos caught my eye. It was the living room. Before they moved in, empty except for one piece of furniture someone had left behind. The chair. Same one. Same spot. It was already there. I don't know why that rattled me so much. I think maybe because it meant the chair didn't belong to the Fairchilds. They didn't buy it. They didn't choose it. They inherited it just like I had in a way. Just like anyone might, if they weren't paying attention. I saved the photo. Sometimes I look at it to remind myself that I didn't imagine any of this, that there was something wrong, even if no one ever proved it, even if it never happened again. It happened once. That's enough. I've started babysitting again. Not a lot, not overnight, and never in houses that feel too quiet. I set rules for myself: no older houses, no basements, no landlines. If a family has an old school monitor or a camera system I don't understand, I just politely decline. "Sorry, I'm booked," I'll say. "Try someone else." I'm not paranoid. I just know better now. I know how close things can get without you seeing them. I know how easy it is to mistake silence for safety. And I know how one tiny detail, like a call from the house phone or a chair facing the wrong way, can be the thread that unravels everything. I still think about that whisper sometimes. "Why are you in my chair?" It wasn't angry. It wasn't threatening. It was confused. Like I'd broken a rule I didn't know existed. Like I was the intruder. Sometimes I wonder if whatever it was is still in that house. If it's moved on to someone else, if the new sitter, assuming they ever hired another, felt the chair creak, or heard breathing in the monitor, or picked up the phone and listened to something wait on the other end. I hope not, but I'm not betting on it. All I know is that I got out, and I never sat in that chair again. I hired her on a Monday. It wasn't some big decision, I just needed help. My place had gotten out of hand. Work had been busy. I'd been putting off little things that turned into big messes, and the thought of spending my one day off scrubbing baseboards made me feel bone tired. I wasn't looking for anything fancy, just a basic cleaning. I searched online, but most of the bigger services were either booked solid or charged too much. Then I found a smaller listing buried a few pages deep into a local search. The website was simple, bare bones, honestly. White background, light blue text, no frills. Reliable local cleaning, it said. Underneath was a phone number, a short description, and a few blurry photos of freshly vacuumed carpets and sparkling sinks. No reviews. I hesitated, but something about it seemed low-key, not scammy exactly, just outdated, like it had been built in 2008 and never touched again. The price was right, and I didn't feel like scrubbing my bathtub. So I texted the number. A reply came 10 minutes later. Yes, available Thursday morning. Cleaner is vaccinated. Will bring supplies. Cash or Venmo. Let me know the address. I sent the address. They said they'd arrive between 9 and 10. That was it. No confirmation email. No intake form. Nothing official. Thursday morning came. I was up early, half scrubbing the bathroom out of guilt when the doorbell rang at 9:05. I opened the door to find a woman standing there in a gray coat, holding a large tote bag. She was older, maybe late 60s, with neatly tied back hair and a face that didn't smile, just sort of acknowledged me. She had no name tag, no shirt with the company logo, just her, quiet, expressionless. "Hi," I said, "you're with a cleaning service?" She nodded once. "Okay, great. Come on in." She stepped inside and looked around briefly. Still no smile, no small talk. She pulled a pair of rubber gloves from her bag and went straight for the kitchen. Everything's pretty self-explanatory," I said, trailing after her. "Kitchen, living room, bathroom, and the bedroom, if you have time. Nothing crazy." She just nodded again and started clearing off my counter. Something about how fast she moved caught me off guard. She wasn't rushing, exactly, but she had this kind of mechanical rhythm, wiping, spraying, stacking, like she'd done it 1,000 times in 1,000 identical houses. I offered her coffee, but she shook her head. I had a Zoom meeting for work, so I took my laptop into the bedroom and shut the door. I could hear her moving through the house, quiet but consistent, like the rhythm of a washing machine in the next room. The call went long, maybe 45 minutes, and by the time I came back out, she was already halfway through the bathroom. She'd finished the kitchen, counters wiped, floor mopped, sink gleaming. It looked great, honestly better than I expected. I thanked her. She didn't really respond, just moved on to the hallway mirror. She finished around 10:50, pulled off her gloves, nodded again, and started packing up. I asked her if she had Venmo. She took out her phone, typed in her handle at Elclens28, and showed it to me. I sent the money, added a 20 tip, and waited for the confirmation. "Do you need me to leave a review anywhere?" I asked. She blinked, then shook her head. "Oh, okay." She gave one more polite nod and walked out without another word. I watched her leave through the front window. She crossed the lawn, got into a silver sedan, older model, no plates on the front, and pulled away slowly. I stood there for a moment, weirdly unsure of what to do with myself. The house was spotless. The cleaner had done a great job. But something about the whole thing felt unfinished. I went to the kitchen to plug in my phone and noticed the charger was on the counter, unplugged, coiled neatly. That was odd. I never unplug it. I shook it off and walked into the bedroom to make the bed, even though I knew she'd already done it. That's when I noticed the top drawer of my dresser was slightly open. Just a crack. It was my underwear drawer. I never leave it open. I pulled it out, checking to see if anything was missing, but nothing jumped out. Everything was still folded, still there, as far as I could tell. But the idea that it had been opened without my knowing it stuck. Back in the kitchen, I opened the drawer where I keep my utensils, forks, knives, all lined up in the tray. But one of the knives was gone. Not one of the butter knives, one of the good ones, a small chef's knife I used for cutting fruit. I checked the dishwasher, nothing. Checked the sink, clean, empty. It was just gone. I walked through the apartment again, slower this time. I looked in every drawer, opened the closets, checked the bathroom cabinets. Nothing else seemed out of place. I told myself it was fine, that maybe I'd misplaced the knife, or maybe I opened the drawer earlier and forgot, that maybe the cleaner had unplugged the charger just to move something around. Still, I tried calling the number from the website, just to be safe. It rang once, then disconnected. I tried again. This time, nothing at all. I pulled up the website. Gone. Just a 404 error. No company logo. No contact info. No trace it had ever existed. I went to Venmo, tapped the payment, and clicked the profile. The photo was generic, just a gray silhouette. The name was listed as L. Carter. No other transactions. I copied the name and searched it. The first few results were noise LinkedIn profiles, Facebook accounts. Then I saw a local news article from 3 months ago. Short, almost nothing. A woman named Lisa Carter arrested in connection with a string of home burglaries in the region. No mugshot, just a name, a brief mention, and a note that the investigation was ongoing. There were other results. Older ones, a police scanner log from 2019 mentioning the same name, same area, assault and theft. I stared at the screen. Then I looked around my apartment. Clean, quiet, nothing broken. Just a drawer cracked open, a knife missing, a charger unplugged. Small things, but it was enough. That night, I kept thinking about the drawer. It was such a small thing. It shouldn't have bothered me as much as it did. Nothing was missing. Nothing was broken. The place looked great. But I knew I didn't leave it open, and there was something about the way it was just slightly cracked, like it had been opened and closed a little too fast, that got under my skin. I stood in the bedroom doorway, staring at it for way too long. I even reopened the drawer and ran my hand over the folded stacks. Nothing felt different, but still, I knew it had been touched. You can just tell sometimes. I walked back into the kitchen and checked again for the knife. I looked through every drawer, the dish rack, the trash, even the fridge. It was just gone. Not stolen in the traditional sense, just taken, slipped away, quietly. I sat on the couch and stared at the blank TV screen for almost an hour. I told myself it didn't matter. Maybe she'd moved the drawer to dust and forgot to shut it. Maybe the knife had ended up in the wrong place. Maybe I was overreacting because of how weirdly quiet she'd been. Still, I kept the living room light on all night. Not on purpose, I just never turned it off. The next morning I tried the number again, same thing, one ring, then nothing. I tried from a different phone just in case, same result. I searched again for the website, still gone, cleared my history, tried incognito, nothing. That's when I opened the Venmo app and stared at the profile again. L. Carter. No profile picture, no friends, no public transactions. I searched her name again, this time narrowing it to my city. A couple of local forums came up, mostly junk, but one thread stood out. Someone had posted about a woman named Lisa Carter claiming to be a cleaner, then disappearing with a bunch of valuables. The original post was months old. The replies were scattered. A few people said they'd heard similar stories. One person mentioned their sister's friend had hired someone by that name and swore her place was off afterward. Another said she was arrested a while back but never charged. I clicked on one reply from a user named Dorian House Sadie 6. It said, "My mom hired her. Weird energy. Nothing was missing, but stuff felt moved. My mom got paranoid and installed cameras. Called the police, but they didn't take her seriously." That made my stomach turn a little. I got up, walked the apartment again. Same loop. Kitchen, bedroom, closet, bathroom, nothing new, nothing obviously out of place. Still, I ended up going to Target later that day and bought a little camera, one of those small magnetic ones you can stick above a doorway or on a bookshelf. It connects to your phone and records everything. I didn't think I'd actually need it, but I needed to feel like I was doing something. I set it up in the living room, angled toward the front door and hallway. That night I lay in bed and stared at the ceiling for what felt like hours. I heard noises I'd never noticed before, pops in the walls, cars in the distance, the hum of the fridge. I kept trying to remember more details about her. The way she moved, her face, her hands. She didn't wear gloves the whole time. I remembered seeing her bare hands when she was packing up. Pale, thin. Her nails were clean but short, like she cut them often, not bitten clipped. I remembered how quiet she was, not in a shy way, just blank, like she wasn't really there. Thursday night passed without incident, then Friday, then Saturday. The camera picked up nothing but me coming and going, checking my phone, pacing around like someone twice my age. I started to relax, told myself maybe it was just a weird experience. Maybe she'd cleaned the drawer and forgotten to close it. Maybe I'd misplaced the knife. Maybe she was a real cleaner with a sketchy past who just wanted cash gigs and didn't talk much. But then Sunday afternoon, I noticed something new. The charger in my bedroom was gone. Not unplugged, gone. I was sure I hadn't moved it. It had been plugged in next to the nightstand since I bought it. I checked the floor, the drawer, under the bed. I searched the entire apartment twice, then again just to be sure. I even opened the closet and dug through my laundry basket like maybe I'd dropped it in a half-asleep state. Nothing. That weird, cold feeling crept back in. Someone had been in the apartment. That night, I watched the entire week's worth of camera footage again, frame by frame. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. No sign of anyone entering. But I hadn't installed the camera until after she left. There was a key hidden under the potted plant on my porch. Had been for years. Everyone did it. A backup for locked doors, for friends stopping by, for the dog walker. I'd never thought twice about it. I went outside. The plant was moved. Just slightly. It wasn't centered the way I always left it. I lifted it. The key was still there. But it was clean. Cleaner than the dirt around it, like someone had used it, then set it right back. I didn't know what to do. Call the police and tell them what? That I hired a cleaner and now my charger was missing? That my kitchen knife was gone? That a drawer was cracked open? They'd roll their eyes, maybe take a report. Nothing would happen. I brought the spare key inside and hid it in a drawer under some socks. Then I ordered a deadbolt with a code lock and paid extra for same-day delivery. I spent Sunday night double-checking the windows. I turned on the camera's motion alert setting. I locked every door twice. But I still didn't sleep. Not really. Because if she had the key once, there was a chance she made a copy. And if she made a copy, she could come back any time. I didn't leave the apartment Monday. I told work I was sick. That part wasn't a lie. I felt like I hadn't slept in days, like my nerves were frayed just enough that one more strange thing might tip me over the edge. So I stayed home. Sat on the couch most of the day with the TV on low and the camera app open on my phone, checking the live feed every 30 seconds even though I was sitting in the same room. Every sound felt louder. Every breeze from the hallway vent made me flinch. I started making little mental notes of where things were: my bag on the chair, the coaster under my water glass, the way the rug sat just a bit off-center. That way, if something shifted, I'd know. Around noon, I went through my drawers again, not looking for anything missing this time, just looking. My underwear drawer was still fine, jewelry box untouched. But one of my earrings, the left one from a pair of little gold hoops I wore a lot, had been moved. Not stolen, just turned. The clasp was facing up instead of down. It was probably nothing, but still. I grabbed my laptop and went digging again. Back to forums, missing person boards, crime discussion threads. I searched Lisa Carter Cleaner, Georgia, even though I wasn't in Georgia, hoping maybe she'd moved around. Nothing solid. A few vague mentions, but always indirect. Nothing traceable. I typed her name into Facebook, Instagram, even Pinterest. I didn't really expect to find her, and I didn't. Just more blank profiles, empty usernames, gray silhouettes. I tried the Venmo account again, same as before. No photo, no friends, just a name. Around 3, I looked at the camera footage from the night before. Still nothing, but I kept watching. I even scrubbed through Saturday again, in case I'd missed something. And that's when I saw it. It was quick, maybe 3 seconds total. A soft flicker of movement on the very edge of the screen, just inside the frame where the hallway meets the living room. It happened just after midnight. I rewound it, slowed it down. They're just barely visible, a shadow that shouldn't be there, too low for the coat rack, too wide for the cat, and I don't even have a cat. No sound, no clear shape, but the camera picked up the shift in light. It wasn't the kind of thing that could be explained by wind or passing cars. It was inside. I felt that cold flush run down my spine, the one that makes your hands feel hollow and your mouth dry. I stared at the screen, heart pounding, suddenly very aware of every unlocked app on my phone, every account I'd used without thinking, every little digital trail I might have left behind. And then I thought about the plant again, the spare key I'd brought inside. I checked the drawer, still there. But now I couldn't shake the idea that a second copy existed, that maybe she'd made one the first time she was here, that maybe she didn't need the spare under the plant at all. I went to the door and stared at it like that would tell me something. The deadbolt was locked, so was the bottom lock. Everything looked untouched, but I didn't trust it anymore. That night, I pushed a chair up under the doorknob before bed. I turned the living room lamp toward the window so it looked like someone was awake. I put my phone and pepper spray on the nightstand and left the camera app open beside my pillow. Sleep came in short, shallow pockets. Half an hour here, 20 minutes there. Every creak in the floorboards felt too deliberate. Every shift in light outside made me sit up. At one point, just after 3, I thought I heard something. A tap, maybe, or a click. I froze, held my breath, but it didn't happen again. Morning came eventually, even though it didn't feel like it. I got up and started coffee, and it was only when I pulled the mug from the cabinet that I noticed something else. One of the mugs was turned the wrong way. All of mine face, right handles at 4 o'clock, always. It's a habit, not OCD, just preference. I always turn them that way when I unload the dishwasher, but this one was facing left. I stared at it for a long time. Then I checked the cabinets. One of the cereal boxes was backward, not upside down, just facing the wrong way. It wasn't proof, not really, but it was enough to know I wasn't imagining this. Someone had been here again. I called the police that afternoon. I didn't want to. I knew how it would go, but I needed the paper trail. I needed someone to write it down, to log the name, to at least pretend to take me seriously. The officer who came out was polite, young, clearly trying to seem helpful. She took notes while I explained everything. The cleaning appointment, the missing knife, the unlocked key, the charger, the camera footage. When I showed her the clip of the shadow, she leaned in and watched it twice. She didn't say much, just asked if I had a screenshot of the Venmo profile. I did. She wrote down the name, said she'd check with their system to see if anything popped. Said it wasn't much, but it was something. Then she gave me the speech I'd expected. Without clear footage or forced entry, there's not much we can do right now. But we'll log this. If anything else happens, don't hesitate to call. And if you feel unsafe, don't wait. Get somewhere public. I nodded. She left. And that night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat on the couch with the lights on and the front door in view, one eye on the hallway, the other on my phone, just waiting for that shadow to flicker again. Tuesday night was when I stopped pretending. I hadn't left the apartment in almost 2 full days. Every time I tried, I ended up pacing by the door, checking the locks again, listening for sounds in the hallway. I even canceled a coffee date with Lydia, told her I had a cold, which wasn't exactly a lie. I felt sick, but it wasn't anything a thermometer could catch. I didn't even shower. That was the first time I caught myself doing something different, not out of laziness, but caution. It felt stupid, but I didn't want to be distracted. Didn't want to miss something. I kept thinking, what if she comes while I'm in the bathroom? What if that's when she tries the door again? I checked the camera footage obsessively, every 2 hours, then every hour. I kept the app open on my phone so I could see the live feed in the corner while I scrolled or tried to read. But I wasn't really reading. The apartment was clean, too clean now. Every drawer perfectly aligned, every cabinet checked twice. I'd started setting little traps without really calling them that. Left a piece of paper folded just barely under the edge of the doormat. Placed a single crumb on the counter. Lined up the salt and pepper shakers so they were touching. They were small things, but I needed to know if anything moved. I also took the spare key I'd hidden in the sock drawer and drove it across town. Dropped it into a random donation box outside a Goodwill just to get it away from me. I didn't trust anything anymore. That night, I dragged a kitchen chair into the hallway and sat across from the front door with my laptop. I didn't plan on doing it all night, just for an hour or two, but I lost track of time. It was almost 2 in the morning when I heard the sound. A tap. Then silence. Then another. It wasn't loud, just deliberate, like someone testing the surface of the door, or tapping with a fingernail. I went perfectly still, didn't breathe, just stared at the knob. It didn't turn, the lock didn't jiggle, but the tapping came again, 3 in a row, like a pattern. Then nothing. I waited. I don't know how long, maybe 10 minutes, maybe 30. Then I stood up and stepped silently to the peephole. No one there. But the hallway felt wrong, like it had just been disturbed, like the air was still settling. I didn't open the door. I didn't even touch it. I just sat back down, picked up my phone, and checked the camera feed. Nothing. I rewound the last 10 minutes and played it twice. Nothing. The feed didn't cover the hallway, just the inside. And I knew then, without question, that someone had been just on the other side, testing, watching, maybe listening. I didn't go back to sleep. I didn't even blink much. When the sun came up, I went to the hardware store and bought a second lock. Not a deadbolt and inside latch. Something that could only be opened from the inside, even if you had the key. I also bought a doorstop alarm, tiny little wedge you stick under the door that screeches like a fire alarm if the door moves at all. That afternoon I installed both. The latch went on crooked, but it held. The alarm made me jump when I tested it. Good. I also called the cleaning service number again. Still disconnected. I searched the site again, still gone. The Venmo account? Still blank. No history, no response when I sent a request for a refund, just to see. At this point, I wasn't expecting anything to change, but I kept looking anyway. It was like scratching at something under the skin. You know it won't help, but you can't stop. Around 6, Lydia texted again. "You alive?" I stared at the message for a long time. She had no idea what was happening. I hadn't told her the full story. I didn't want to sound like a conspiracy theorist. "I'm fine, just tired," I wrote. She sent back a thumbs-up emoji and nothing else. Later that night, I checked the traps again. The paper under the mat was gone. Not shifted, gone. I checked the garbage and recycling. Nothing. I hadn't vacuumed. I hadn't swept. It hadn't just blown away. I'd placed it carefully, just enough to see if the door had moved. And now it was missing. The crumb on the counter was still there. But the salt and pepper shakers, they weren't touching anymore. I knew I hadn't moved them. It was like someone was toying with me. Not robbing, not threatening. Just showing me. I'm still here. I locked every window that night. I placed my spare car key with the built-in alarm next to the bed. I even opened the utility closet and unscrewed the broom handle, just to have something solid nearby. And then I sat in bed with the lights off and the phone in my hand and waited. Half of me expected nothing. Half of me expected the door to swing open and end it all. But neither happened. Just silence. Just another night of no sleep. Just the long, slow awareness that whoever she wasn't finished. And she didn't need to be in the apartment to remind me of that. She'd already been here. She already knew what scared me. And now, she was using it. I woke up Wednesday morning with the kind of clarity that usually only comes after you've lost something. I hadn't actually slept, not in any real way, but sometime around 5:30, as the first sliver of daylight pushed through the blinds, I sat up and something just clicked. I was done waiting. The fear was still there, sitting in my chest like a rock, but it wasn't in charge anymore. It was background noise now, not the main event. There's something strange that happens when you live with dread long enough. You start to get used to it. And once it stops being the scariest thing in the room, you have space to move. I made coffee, ate toast, didn't even check the camera right away. For the first time since the cleaner had come, I didn't rush to prove something had changed, because I already knew it had. I checked the traps later. The salt and pepper shakers were back in place, perfectly aligned. The crumb was gone, and this time there was something new. The smallest item on my key ring, a tiny flashlight I'd never used, was sitting on the hallway table. I hadn't put it there. I hadn't even touched my keys. She'd been back again. And this time, she wanted me to know. I didn't call the police. I didn't want another officer telling me there was nothing they could do. I didn't want a report filed away in a drawer that no one would read. Instead, I grabbed my laptop, the USB drive with all the camera footage, and started writing everything down, every time, every detail, a full timeline from the day I found the website to now. I didn't just include the missing knife or the open drawer. I included the texts, the payment, the missing charger, the backward cereal box, the sound at the door. I wrote it all, printed 2 copies, and sealed them in envelopes. One I put in my bag, the other I dropped in the outgoing mail slot addressed to my sister. It wasn't about being dramatic. It was about making sure someone else knew. That afternoon I took a cab across town and walked 3 blocks to a coffee shop I used to go to in college. It was familiar, busy, full of people who didn't look twice at me. I sat near the back, ordered a drink I didn't want, and used their Wi-Fi to check the Venmo profile again. Still there, still blank. Then I tried something I hadn't before. I created a new Venmo account, different name, different phone number. I sent a payment request to L. Carter, just $10. In the notes, I typed, "You came back, I know." I watched the screen for 15 minutes. Nothing. Then I walked a few blocks more, found a public library, and used one of their computers to search for her again. But this time, I tried variations of the name. Lisa Carter, Linda C., L. Chapman, Cleaner Assault Report. Something finally hit. A brief police bulletin from almost 5 years ago. It was light on detail, just a name, a vague location in another county, and a single line that caught my eye. No charges filed, suspect released. The report listed her age. At the time, she would have been in her early 60s. Same age as the woman who walked into my house last week. I printed the page. When I got home, nothing looked different. The lights were off. The apartment was quiet. But that didn't mean anything anymore. I checked the footage. The camera had captured 4 hours of silence. Then, at 2:13 p.m., something new. Not the hallway this time. The camera had been moved. Just slightly. The angle had changed. It was now pointed a little more to the right, still catching the living room, but missing the hallway entirely. No alert, no sound. Just a perfect, silent adjustment. It wasn't me. I closed the app, turned off the lights, and sat on the floor next to the couch with the curtains drawn. I don't know why. It felt like the only place I could see everything at once. That's where I was when my phone buzzed. It was a Venmo notification. Payment request accepted. From at El Clients 28. No message. Just the $10 sent back to me. She'd seen the note. She'd responded. That was her way of saying, yes, I know you know. And I think she liked it. I didn't respond. I unplugged the router, took the camera off the wall, and packed everything electronic into a box and shoved it under the bed. No more watching, no more tracking. Let her wonder if I was still scared. Let her wonder if I was waiting. Because I wasn't, not anymore. I spent the rest of the evening doing something I hadn't done in days, reclaiming my space. I cleaned, I reorganized, I played music, I cooked dinner, I left every drawer wide open while I worked, like a dare. Come look again, see what's different. She didn't come that night, or if she did, she didn't touch anything. But I could feel her out there, close, hovering at the edge of whatever this had become. She'd gotten away with it for so long, with slipping in and out, with watching, with taking. But she didn't know what to do when someone turned around and stared back. She came back Thursday. I knew she would. I'd been waiting, just not in the way I had before. Not the kind of waiting that wears you down, keeps your chest tight and your lights on all night. This was different. A kind of stillness I hadn't felt in weeks. I had no camera running, no app open, no security system notifications to obsess over. I'd stripped all of it away the night before. If she was going to show herself again, it was going to be face to face. I stayed home that whole day, moved around the apartment the way I used to barefoot, music playing low in the background, windows cracked to let the breeze in. I didn't leave any traps this time. I didn't check my drawers. I didn't touch the knife block. By then, I didn't need more evidence. I already knew the truth. It was around 6:45 p.m. The light was golden sharp, hitting everything just right. I was in the kitchen washing a dish when I saw her. She was standing across the street, just barely visible between the tree branches, not moving, not hiding. Just watching. I dried my hands slowly, walked to the window, and looked straight at her. She didn't flinch. She wasn't wearing the same gray coat as before. This time it was black, clean, sharp. Her hair was pulled back again. Her face looked exactly the way I remembered, calm, unreadable. But there was something different in her eyes. I think she knew it was over. That I wasn't scared anymore. That whatever game she thought she was playing, whatever power she thought she had, it didn't work here now. We stared at each other for what felt like a full minute. Then she turned and walked away. Not rushed, not dramatic. Just gone. I didn't call the police. I didn't take a photo. I didn't even write it down until the next morning, because it didn't matter anymore. I'd already won. The fear wasn't in the apartment anymore. It was with her now. I never saw her again. Not in person anyway. A week later, I checked the Venmo account one last time. At El Clients 28 no longer existed. The profile was deleted. I searched her name again. Same results. Scattered mentions. No arrests. Nothing concrete. But she was real. I knew that now. She had a system. She slipped through the cracks. She picked people like me, working women living alone. Just enough stress to justify hiring help from a random website buried on the 4th page of a search. Just enough pride to feel stupid after it went wrong. Just enough doubt to keep quiet. But not this time. I kept the documentation, all of it. The timeline, the printouts, the video clips, the receipts. I sent copies to 3 different places: a digital safety deposit box, my sister, and a non-profit that tracks missing persons and repeat scam patterns. I didn't care if she got caught. That was never the point. I just wanted her name to live somewhere she couldn't erase it. Eventually, I deleted the camera app, took down the latch on the door, started sleeping with the lights off again. I moved the new deadbolt to the front door anyway, kept the wedge alarm, just in case. But I don't think she'll come back. I think people like her only know how to haunt places where they're welcome in silence. And I don't live like that anymore. A month after it ended, I cleaned the apartment top to bottom. Not because I had to, not because it was dirty, but because I wanted to take the space back. I vacuumed under the bed, emptied the closets, donated 3 boxes of clothes, rearranged the furniture, put the couch against the other wall. It felt like I was walking into someone else's place. And maybe I was. Maybe that's what comes out of something like this. You don't bounce back. You change shape. You come out rearranged. But you come out. That's the part that matters. I still check the locks, still notice little things, still remember the way she moved, fast and precise, like she knew she belonged wherever she was. But I don't feel scared anymore. I feel sharp. I feel awake. The truth is, you don't need a break-in to feel violated. Sometimes it's just a drawer left open, a charger moved, a knife gone. It's the knowing someone was here. That's enough. And the real violation? It's when no one believes you. But I believed me. And that made all the difference. All right, I wasn't planning on posting this. I wrote it down in my notes app just to get it out of my head, but it's been a week and I can't stop thinking about it. Maybe if I share it, I'll stop waiting for those footsteps every night. So, I moved into a house in Norfolk about a month ago. It's old, like legitimately old, over 200 years, according to the paperwork. One of those narrow stone houses with warped floors and a staircase that groans like it's in pain. I bought it cheap, which should have been a red flag. But I was just trying to get out of London, and I've always wanted a place with history. Be careful what you wish for, I guess. First 2 weeks were fine, dusty, a little drafty, but fine. I worked on stripping wallpaper, fixing up the kitchen, minor stuff. I hadn't even touched the attic. The previous owner left it bolted shut, and I figured I'd get around to it once everything downstairs was sorted. Then the light started flickering in the hallway one night. I thought it was just bad wiring. It's an old house. I grabbed a stepladder and went to check the fixture. And that's when I noticed it, the square outline in the ceiling, a pull-down hatch I hadn't seen before. I tugged it open. Dust rained down. A folded ladder swung out. I climbed up, half expecting to find dead mice or broken antiques. What I found instead was a trunk. Big, wooden, like something out of a pirate movie. It was tucked in the far corner, covered in an inch of dust, like it hadn't been touched in decades. No lock, just a rusted latch. I opened it. Inside was a projector. One of those crank-powered ones, metal, heavy, with a small lens at the front. No brand I recognized. It came with a single reel of film already loaded on. I should have left it there, but I didn't. I brought it down to the living room, set it up on the coffee table, and plugged it in using a converter cord I had for old tech. I don't even know why I had it. Just one of those random drawer items you never think you'll need. The projector whirred to life like it had been waiting. No struggle, no delay. Just a smooth, steady hum like it was built yesterday. I pointed it at the wall and turned off the lights. The footage started. Black and white, grainy, silent. It showed someone walking through a house. At first I didn't recognize it. Just old floorboards, wallpaper, some faded furniture. Then I saw the hallway. It was my hallway. The same crooked banister, same uneven floor tile. The person you never saw their face walked slowly, steadily, like they were checking each room. Not in a dramatic way, just methodical, like they were counting the walls. They went into the living room, the kitchen, the bathroom, then up the stairs. And that's when I saw it for sure, the painting above the staircase, the one I bought from a charity shop 2 weeks ago, hanging right there in the film. This wasn't old footage. This wasn't some historical record. This was now. I sat up straighter. My mouth went dry. I told myself maybe someone had been here before I moved in. Maybe a previous tenant had set this up as a prank or something. But the person kept moving. They went into the bedroom. My bedroom. The bed had my sheets on it, my duvet cover, even the hoodie I'd tossed on the corner earlier that day. The person walked to the foot of the bed and stopped. That's it. They just stood there, not moving, not breathing, just watching. I reached for the crank to rewind the film, thinking maybe it looped or glitched or something, but before I could touch it, the image flickered. The reel kept going. Only now, the camera angle had changed. It wasn't following the person anymore. It was from their perspective, standing at the foot of the bed, looking down, straight at the sheets, straight at the hoodie, straight at where I'd be if I were in bed right then. And even though the footage was black and white, I swear I saw it the faintest shape under the blanket. Something breathing. That's when I shut it off. I yanked the plug. The projector made this horrible mechanical wheeze like it didn't want to stop. But it did. I sat there in the dark for a few seconds, trying to breathe. Then I heard it. Footsteps. From upstairs. Not fast. Not stomping. Just slow, careful, like someone didn't want to be heard. I grabbed the nearest thing I could find, a floor lamp, and crept up the stairs, heart hammering. I opened the bedroom door. No one there. No movement. But the hoodie? It was gone. I searched the whole room, the closet, under the bed, nothing. And when I went back downstairs, the projector was gone too. Just gone. No sound, no door opening, nothing. But the weirdest part, the attic hatch was closed again. Bolted. Like I'd never opened it. I didn't sleep that night. Didn't even try. I sat on the couch with every light in the house on, staring at the ceiling like it might blink first. Every creak made me jump. I kept thinking I'd hear the attic hatch pull open again, or worse, hear that old projector whirring back to life in another room. But nothing happened. Morning came like it always does, slow, uncaring, too bright. And just like that, the house was back to normal, quiet, still, like none of it had happened. I got up and checked everything again. The attic ladder was bolted tight like before. I even tried yanking it open to prove to myself I hadn't dreamed the whole thing, but it didn't budge. I would have had to remove the screws to get it down. That didn't sit right with me. I checked the living room too. The projector, the reel gone, not misplaced, not tucked under the coffee table. Just gone, like it had never existed. I kept waiting for the usual explanations to kick in. Maybe I'd had some kind of sleep episode. Maybe I was overtired. Maybe I imagined the whole thing. But there was one thing I couldn't shake. The hoodie. It was still missing. I searched the whole house closets, laundry basket, even behind the radiator where things sometimes fall. It wasn't anywhere. And it wasn't just any hoodie either. It was this dark green one with a bleach stain on the sleeve. You don't lose something like that. That's when I stopped pretending this was all in my head. I thought about calling someone, telling a friend, but what would I even say? Hey, remember how I bought that old house? Well, turns out the attic had a film projector that showed someone watching me sleep, and now my clothes are disappearing. Thoughts? So I did nothing. I went to work. I answered emails. I pretended like I wasn't checking over my shoulder every few minutes. But that night, it happened again. Around 10:30, I was brushing my teeth when I heard it. A click. Upstairs. Soft, barely there, but definitely real. I stepped into the hallway and looked up. The attic hatch was open. Not fully, just a few inches enough that I could see the darkness behind it. No ladder down this time, just the space. I should have called someone. I should have left. But instead, I grabbed a flashlight and climbed up on a chair to peek through the opening. There was something up there. Not a person. Just the trunk. Back where I first found it. The lid was shut. I climbed up into the attic, flashlight in one hand, phone in the other. Every step felt like a dare. I reached the trunk and opened it. Empty. No projector. No film. Just dust and air. I turned to go back down, and that's when I saw it. The hoodie, laid out on the floor. Folded. Like someone had been keeping it safe for me. It wasn't dusty. It wasn't wrinkled. It looked freshly washed. I picked it up, half expecting something to crawl out from underneath, but there was nothing. Just fabric. I brought it back downstairs and left it on the kitchen table. Didn't touch it again that night. When I woke up the next morning, it was gone again. And this time, I didn't bother looking. That day, I went into town and bought a motion sensor camera. One of those cheap ones people use to watch pets when they're not home. It connects to your phone, sends alerts when it sees movement. I set it up in the hallway, pointed toward the attic hatch. That night, I left all the lights off, sat on the couch, just waited. At exactly 1:30 in the morning, my phone buzzed. Motion detected. I pulled up the app. The feed showed the attic hatch open. Same as before, not wide, just enough to be wrong. No person. No ladder. Just darkness above and the faintest shape at the edge of the frame. It looked like a shoulder, or maybe a shadow of one. And then the feed cut out. Not glitched cut, like someone had turned it off. When I got upstairs, the hatch was shut again. The camera was unplugged, neatly, like it had been done by hand. I stood there in the hallway for a long time, trying not to breathe too loud. That's when I realized something. The attic wasn't just a place. It was acting like a camera, like it recorded things and then replayed them. But it didn't use tape. It used the house. The stairs creaked in the same pattern, same rhythm, like footsteps being run through again. Sometimes I'd hear the floorboards settle even when I wasn't walking, like the space remembered, like it was playing me back to myself. That thought made me feel sick. So I did what any normal person would do. I made tea, sat on the couch, tried to watch something dumb and loud to drown it all out. Then I saw movement in the mirror above the TV. Not behind me. Above me. The attic hatch was opening again. I stared at the mirror without blinking. I didn't move. The attic hatch was opening again. I wasn't even looking at it directly. I just saw it in the reflection above the TV. That square of darkness spreading wider. The edges soft, like the house didn't want me to notice right away. I stood up slowly. Didn't grab anything this time. No flashlight, no chair. Just walked toward the stairs like I was being pulled. Halfway up, I stopped. The hatch was open all the way now. Not a single sound had come from it. No creak, no thud, just open. I stared at it for a long time. There's something about open spaces that aren't supposed to be open. They make your brain panic in a quiet way, like you're not sure whether to look or run. Your instincts can't decide. I climbed the last few steps. Looked straight up. Nothing looked different. Same square hole in the ceiling. Same darkness. But I could feel it. Not cold air, not heat, just presence. Something there. Watching. I stood under it for probably 5 minutes. Then I went back down, slowly, turned on every light, locked the doors. I sat in the kitchen with a pen and notebook and wrote one sentence over and over. You are in the house. I am in the house. I don't know why I wrote that. I just needed to make it real. That night, I dreamed of film running without sound, endless loops, a hallway stretching longer and longer, a bedroom where the door never closes. The film burned out halfway through, but the projector kept turning, and in the dark I could hear breathing right next to me. When I woke up, I was lying on the floor just inside the attic hatch. It was closed. No ladder, no chair. Just me, face down on the upstairs landing, dust on my hands. I hadn't sleepwalked since I was a kid. I didn't remember climbing up. Didn't remember anything. I stayed on the floor for a long time, trying to figure out how far things had gone. The hoodie showed up again that afternoon. Same bleach stain on the sleeve. Laid across the foot of my bed like someone had folded it there neatly while I was out. I didn't touch it. I called a locksmith. Told him I wanted the attic sealed, not just locked, sealed. He came by the next day, gave me a weird look when I showed him the hatch, but didn't ask questions. Installed a steel latch, 2 new brackets, and a sensor that chirped if it opened more than a few inches. He left around 5. I felt better for about 3 hours. At 8:43 p.m., the sensor chirped. Just once. I froze. Then another chirp. I opened the app on my phone that came with the device. It showed the hatch had been opened to exactly 6 inches, then closed again. I checked the attic myself. No sign of tampering. The latch was still there. But the floor under the hatch? It had dust marks, like bare feet had stood there. And in the middle of the hallway, directly under the attic entrance, was the projector. Back from wherever it had gone. This time, it wasn't plugged in. The crank was wound. And the reel? Already turning. I stood there for a long time before I could make myself look at the wall. The footage was playing against the white paint above the stairwell. It was the hallway. This hallway. The one I was standing in. Live, but not live. Someone walking slowly toward the hatch. Not me. A different figure. Taller, leaner, same pace every time, like it had memorized the steps. It stopped underneath the hatch. Looked up. That was when I realized the footage was from above a camera angle I'd never seen before. Looking down from inside the attic, watching the figure approach. The reel slowed. Started reversing. Backwards steps, backwards motion. Then stopped again. New footage. Me. Standing where I was now. Same clothes. Same socks. Same pen mark on my wrist from writing earlier. And behind me, just at the edge of the frame, a second shadow. Not touching me. Not speaking. Just watching me from behind. I turned around fast. No one there. The film burned out. The reel spun dry. And the projector clicked once. Then stopped. I didn't touch it. I didn't rewind it. I didn't even breathe loud. I went downstairs and stayed up until sunrise with the windows open and all the lights on. The projector was gone again by morning. But there was something else waiting for me. Inside my fridge, a single roll of undeveloped film, wrapped in black tape. No label. No note. I didn't open it. Not yet. I left the roll of film in the fridge for 2 days. Every time I opened the door, it was there. Same shelf, same spot. I kept thinking maybe it would disappear like the projector had, but it didn't. It just sat there, like it was waiting for me to admit that it belonged. On the 3rd day, I finally took it out. It was cold. The tape wrapped around it had no writing, no marks, just matte black and sealed tight. I stood at the kitchen table for a long time, turning it over in my hand, trying to figure out what I was supposed to do with it. I don't own a camera that takes film, never have. I didn't even know if there were places in town that developed it anymore. But part of me knew the film wasn't meant for a shop. It was meant for me. I wrapped it in a paper towel and left it in the kitchen drawer, out of sight, but not far. I couldn't bring myself to throw it away. Not because I was scared of what might happen, but because I wasn't sure if I wanted to know what it showed. The house stayed quiet that night. Too quiet. No footsteps. No attic creaking. No projector, which almost made it worse. Like the silence wasn't peace, it was restraint. A held breath. A pause between lines. Around midnight, I started hearing something new. A clicking. Soft, rhythmic. I thought it was in the walls at first, or the pipes, but when I pressed my ear to the floor, I realized it was coming from the attic. Not footsteps. Not film. The sound of something turning over and over again like a crank. I didn't go up. Didn't need to. The projector wasn't up there. It was in the house now. It didn't need a room. It had one. Me. The clicking stopped around 3 a.m. Not abruptly. It just faded. Like the house was slowly winding down. When I finally fell asleep, I dreamed I was walking through my own house, following the sound of something recording, not playing, recording. In the dream, the hallway was longer than it should have been. The doors were too tall. Every time I looked behind me, the wall had changed color slightly, like I was being filmed on different reels, different versions of the same story. At the end of the hallway was the attic hatch. Open. But when I looked up, I wasn't looking into the attic. I was looking into a different house. Older, dustier. Same layout, different era. There was someone inside it. Not watching me. Filming me. Through the floor. I woke up with a headache and the taste of dust in my mouth. I went straight to the kitchen. Opened the drawer. Unwrapped the film. The tape peeled away too easily, no resistance, like it had been opened and resealed before. I held the reel up to the window, just to see. Most of it was too dark to make out, but a few frames caught the light. They weren't old photos. They weren't blurry. They were recent. Modern, in color. The kitchen, my kitchen. Same mug on the counter. Same groceries on the table. Same crack in the tile by the sink. And in the middle of the frame, me. Back turned, making tea. Shot from above. I didn't move for a long time. Didn't breathe. Didn't blink. just stared at the frame, holding it by the edges like it might burn me. It didn't make sense. I live alone. I always lock my doors. But there I was, photographed like I was part of a collection. I stuffed the reel back in the drawer, grabbed my keys, and left the house without even changing clothes. Drove aimlessly for over an hour. Didn't stop until I hit the coast, parked near a bench overlooking the water, and just sat, watching the tide move in and out, letting the wind numb my face. I stayed there until sunset, and the whole time I couldn't stop thinking one thing. If the house had been filming me, what had I missed? What else had it seen? What else had it shown? When I got home, the film reel was gone, but in its place, sitting dead center on the kitchen table, was the projector. No reel inside, just the empty slot, the crank wound tight, and taped to the lens a piece of paper. One sentence: "You haven't seen the end yet." I didn't touch the projector. I walked around it like it was something dead in the road. I stood at the far end of the kitchen and just stared at it. The note was still taped to the lens, same handwriting as before, blocky, too neat. "You haven't seen the end yet." I should have thrown it out. I should have smashed it to pieces and buried the parts in separate bins, but instead, I sat on the floor and watched it for hours. It didn't play itself. It didn't move. It just waited. I fell asleep leaning against the wall. When I woke up, the projector was gone again. That was somehow worse. It didn't make me feel safe. It made me feel observed, like I was failing a test I didn't understand. I started noticing little things after that. The hallway light would flicker exactly once at the same time every night. 12:52, not 12:51, not 12:53. Always right on the second. The door to the spare room, which I never use, started opening by itself, not swinging wide, just slightly ajar, like someone checking to see if I was inside. And the photos on my phone? They changed. Not all of them, just one. A selfie I'd taken a few weeks ago, after I finished painting the kitchen. I remember the original clearly. I was holding a roller and laughing because I'd splashed paint in my hair. Now, same photo, same framing. But in the background, just at the edge of the hallway, there was a figure. Blurred, unfocused, but tall, watching me. I checked the photo data. No edits, no duplicates. It had always been there. I deleted it. The next morning it was back. Same file name. Same position in my camera roll. I stopped using my phone for a while after that. Started writing things down in a notebook instead. Kept track of the sounds I heard, the times the light flickered, the dreams. Because the dreams were changing too. No more long hallways or old versions of the house. Now I was inside the projector, watching myself sleep. Not metaphorically, actually, like I was the lens. And every time I tried to look away, I couldn't. I had to keep watching, until something moved behind me. But I never saw what. Just the sense of something stepping into the frame, getting closer. That's how I always woke up right as it reached the edge of the shot. 2 days ago, I found the reel again. Not in the fridge this time. Under my bed. I hadn't checked there since the first week I moved in. The reel was already half unwound, as if it had been played and someone stopped it halfway through. I didn't play it. Not yet. I just sat there with it in my lap, listening. Because upstairs, the attic hatch was open again. No ladder, no sound, but I could feel it. The way you feel heat off a stove burner before you touch it. I climbed up around midnight. Didn't bring a light. Didn't speak. I just waited. And after a while, the projector was there, set up in the corner, already running, pointed at the angled roof beam where the shadows flickered like something was standing just outside of view. The footage was black and white again. But the air around it, that wasn't old. It was now. I watched the figure walk through my hallway, past the kitchen, into the bedroom. Then the screen went dark. Silent. No flicker, no static, just nothing. And then I heard the crank. Not in the attic. Behind me. Downstairs. Spinning slow, like someone winding the film forward. I left the attic and ran to the living room. The projector was on the coffee table, still running, still empty. But the screen, it wasn't showing the hallway anymore. It was showing the attic, from a new angle, like a camera had been mounted where I was just standing. And in the center of the screen was me, looking at the beam, looking confused, looking scared, then turning to leave. Except I hadn't turned yet. I was still watching, still frozen, still behind. That's when I understood. The house wasn't just filming me, it was duplicating me, splitting time, making new versions of the same footage. And every time I watched, I became a little more fixed in the reel, a little more predictable, a little more recorded. When I turned around, the coffee table was empty again. No projector, no screen, just the faint scent of warm metal. And behind me, a stack of reels, labeled, dated, all with my name. I didn't touch the reels. I just stared at them. Stacked neatly on the floor where the coffee table had been, about 10 of them, each one labeled in the same blocky handwriting, same ink, no stickers. Just scratched into the plastic casing like they were always meant to be permanent. All of them had my name on them, first and last. No dates this time. Just the word final etched into the bottom reel. That one was on top. I didn't want to see what was on it. But I knew I would. Not right then, not that night. But soon. I went upstairs, checked the attic. Empty again. The air didn't feel charged anymore. No clicks, no flickering light, just quiet. The kind of quiet that comes after something finishes what it came to do. I stayed awake until dawn, sitting in the hallway outside my bedroom door, like I used to do when I was a kid and afraid of the dark. I watched the light shift across the floorboards. Every time the house creaked, I tensed up, but nothing moved. Nothing played. Nothing watched. At least, not that I could feel. I thought about burning the reels. Really thought about it. But something told me that wouldn't change anything. It wasn't about the objects. It never was. The footage wasn't in the reels. It was in the house. Or maybe in me. The next day, I made a decision. I packed a bag. Not everything, just enough. Clothes, charger, passport, some books. I didn't know where I was going yet, just that I couldn't stay. The house felt calm, like a stage after a performance. But I didn't trust that stillness. I didn't want to wait for the next showing. I left around 6 in the evening, locked the door behind me, left the keys in the mailbox. No note, just silence. I checked into a cheap hotel 2 towns over, small place, brick exterior, smelled like someone had tried to cover old smoke with lemon cleaner. I didn't care. I just wanted to be somewhere that hadn't memorized the way I breathed. That night, I didn't sleep much. I kept expecting to hear the crank start up in the hallway or see a projector flicker to life in the corner of the room. But there was nothing. Just the hum of the mini fridge and the occasional car passing outside. I started to think maybe I'd escaped it. Maybe leaving was enough. Maybe the house had gotten what it wanted. The next morning, I took a walk through town, found a coffee shop, sat by the window, watched people pass without looking up. It felt good. Still. Forgettable. I finished my drink and walked back toward the hotel. There was a package waiting for me at the front desk. No name. No return address. Just a plain box, wrapped in brown paper, tied with twine. I knew what it was before I opened it. Inside the projector, wrapped in my green hoodie. No reels, no power cord. Just the body of it. Cold. Waiting. I didn't bring it to my room. I walked straight behind the hotel to the dumpster and dropped it in. I heard the thunk when it hit the bottom. Heavy. Final. I stood there for a while after. Not because I thought it would crawl back out, but because I knew I'd just thrown away a part of myself. Something I'd been recorded into. The rest of the day was quiet. I didn't go back to the hotel right away. I wandered, got lost, let myself be nowhere for a few hours. When I did return, everything was untouched. Bed made, bag still zipped, nothing waiting. That night, I dreamed of my house. But it was empty. No furniture. No attic hatch. Just 4 walls and a ceiling. I stood in the center of the living room and waited, but nothing came. I wasn't being filmed. I wasn't being watched. I was alone. And when I woke up, I felt okay. Really okay. Like whatever had followed me or tried to couldn't anymore. I checked out that afternoon. Moved into a short-term rental a few towns away. Different layout, different floors, no attic. It's been 3 weeks now. No sounds, no footage, no shadows. Sometimes I still dream of the hallway, or the flicker of the projector, or that slow, steady crank. But when I wake up, I'm alone. And that's all I've ever wanted to know when I'm alone and when I'm not. I haven't gone back to the house. I don't plan to. If someone else buys it, I won't warn them. That sounds awful, but I don't think it would matter. The house doesn't haunt people. It watches them, learns them, records them, and once it's finished, it lets them go, but it keeps the reels. Because the house doesn't want blood, it wants memory, and now it has mine.